Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014 meeting of the Township of South Orange Village Board of Adjustment. May we have a roll call?
Mr. Don.
Here.
Mr. Descala.
Here.
Mr. Polipiano.
Here.
Mr. Reeves.
Here.
Mr. Aller.
Here.
Mr. Shapiro.
Here.
And Mr. Breen.
Here.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, PL 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by publishing the annual notice of regular meetings for the 2014 in the December 2013 edition of the South Orange Maplewood News Record, and by filing said notice in the office of the village clerk. I'm still getting a little humming up here. The first order of business tonight is the approval of minutes for the regular meeting held on Thursday, May 8th. And you all received the revised editions from Jetta with the minutes. I know Mr. Adler had some revisions, as did I. Me too. Mr. Don. And I'm looking at them right here. I'll just say that I found my corrections very nicely done, and I liked yours too, Mr. Don, and Mr. Adler. Of course, yours were always on point. So that's all I have to say about the minutes. Anybody else have any comments?
No, I think as amended, they're fine. I move that we approve them.
A second.
Okay, Mr. Don.
Yes.
Mr. Descala.
Yes.
Mr. Polipiano.
Yes.
Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
Mr. Aller.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
And Mr. Breen.
Yes.
Okay, before we continue with Seton Hall, I just wanted to state, we've got a hot mic up here, hot mic. The case of 1013 Wesso Realty at 19 Prospect Street has been carried to a June 24th special meeting. I wanted to make sure that the public is aware of that. That will be on June 24th. Okay, so let's move then to the continuation of Seton Hall. Mr. Coakley.
Law firm of Connell Foley on behalf of Seton Hall. If I might just start, Mr. Chairman, by just sort of giving you an overview of where we've been, where we're hopefully going tonight and in the future. I'm sure you recall the last time we were here, we had Mr. Garbini and Mr. Quinn, the site engineer, testify. Mr. Garbini is back tonight to touch on one additional item concerning his discussions with representatives of the adjacent Temple property that he's had since the last meeting. And then after that, Dean Schulman is here to testify. I know the board is anxious to hear him. And after Dean Schulman, Mr. Shatkin, the project architect, is here this evening. I think he will be an important witness as well. I think that would probably be it for our witnesses this evening. Ms. Dolan, our traffic expert, has been asked to file an additional report, so I would presume that the board would not want to hear her until she's filed that report. There's Mr. Steck, of course, and generally the planners come at the end of all the other testimony. There will be a Seton Hall witness who will testify concerning the shuttle, and so that's a future witness. And then finally, I believe Mr. Quinn will be back to do some cleanup items with respect to the site plan. So I hope that gives you an overview of what the rest of the Seton Hall presentation looks like.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for me?
Do we have any questions for Mr. Coakley at this point?
So for tonight, we're just really hearing the dean and Mr. Shatkin.
and limited Mr. Garbini.
Okay.
Right.
When, can I ask, the additional testimony or additional documentation on traffic, where does that come from? Is that a request from us?
This is as a result of a meeting our expert had with their traffic/parking expert. And I think they decided to come up with, they had the impression that there was additional work that they wanted to do.
That's correct, based on our original review memo and the discussions we had at our meeting. Susan and I met with Mr. Quinn and Ms. Dolan.
So I think that could only be good. Better information, more responsive information, understanding what the kinds of questions the boards would be looking at. So I think that's a good thing that they come forward with any amended information.
I apologize, I should have told you about that meeting that they had a week or so ago.
Any, Mr. Polipiano, other questions about that? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garbini, please. All right, Mr. Garbini, you were previously sworn, you're still sworn?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since the last board meeting on this matter, did you meet with Leslie Sporn, who's the executive director of the Temple Sherry?
Yes, I did.
All right, and could you tell the board the results of that meeting?
Well, pursuant to the questions from both the board and the public, we met with the executive director and discussed arrangements for parking and you know, what existed in the past and what might be possible in the future. Basically, then nothing really new came from the conversation than what the sisters had discussed with us. The temple is, and the school is hard pressed for parking. There was willingness to continue to share parking on our part if we were to get access to the property, and on their part, when space was available, we would continue to try and coordinate that. But there was nothing during the daytime and the hours of operation that could be made available.
All right. And is this I'm going to show you a document. Is this a copy of the schedule of the temple that you've looked at, pulled off their website?
Yes, it is, and much of their periods of need coincides with the same periods of need for the university, and the hours really don't lend themselves for us to share space.
All right, I'd like to pass out, Mr. Chairman, I have copies of that schedule for the board. Can we mark that as, I think it would be A3?
Yeah, what are you up to? Where are we, Jenna?
A3.
The numbers to the exhibits. Is that A3?
A3.
So just to summarize, during periods of time when the temple needed excess parking, you would consider making that parking available for their use. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and vice versa.
But in general, on a day-to-day basis, using their parking would not be either helpful to them or to you.
That's correct. A very cordial meeting and much discussion about the possibility of working together in the future. But on the subject of parking, I guess she had more to say with challenges than during their on their schedules than I'm anticipating we would have.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Garbini about this? Okay,
Just one, this schedule is for May of 2014?
Yes, that is the schedule for May of 2014.
Do members of the public have any questions for Mr. Garbini about this specific testimony that he gave?
Hi, Sean. Sharon Pigeon, 412 Bose Avenue.
Okay. Is that microphone on down there? Okay,
Can you hear me?
now we can hear you.
So if the temple is challenged for parking already, it seems that there would be already traffic and parking congestion, parking on the street in that area. So it almost seems like, whereas last time we were thinking that maybe there'd be an opportunity to share, it sounds like this time maybe there's even more cause for concern than there was, if I'm hearing you right?
No, what I'm actually saying is that if the issues with parking that the temple has indicated to us are ones that you've been already experiencing. It's our intention to provide enough parking, as we've said repeatedly, on site to try and keep our traffic off of your streets, whereas the temple during their peak periods has a number of issues where people are looking to park on the street all over, and I guess there's the other temple further, not that far down the road, coincides with the same issues.
But are those the peak periods during your hours of operation are different? It sounded like they were the same.
Their hours are Fridays, Saturdays, and ours are, as we've indicated before, our operations are really Monday to Friday after early evening.
Thought I heard you say that there's a parking issue already during your hours of operation.
The temple parking lot is filled for their use during Monday to Friday. We're looking to provide parking for our operation Monday to Friday. The temple has more need at other hours, including the evening and on weekends. We don't have those issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay?
Any other question?
Good evening. Janet Scrobe, 425 Bose Avenue. Without seeing the schedule that was submitted, could you briefly describe what is indicated on that schedule?
Why don't you?
Well, I think everyone might want to know.
Make a copy for the audience.
So if you were to
It would be-
summarize it, you would say that they have a schedule that takes them from 9 to 5, 8:30 to 5? What?
I think in particular, the executive director, we really discussed at our meeting more of her operational needs than that on that just that document, and then that I think is a schedule of classes and activities. But she may have other things going on that may not even be on that sheet. But you, as a resident, would be more aware than me what goes on not only at the temple and the temple's parking lot and what spills over on the street. So I don't know do you have any observation of availability?
Yeah,
that
more
either the
holiday.
executive director or myself are not aware of?
Everyone would say more holiday-oriented, but that's being submitted to the board as a document for them to review. So what quantification does that document have? Is it the preschool schedule? It is a schedule of activities that include teenage and preschool?
I was asked to meet with the the leadership of the temple.
Okay,
Which I did.
okay.
We went over, even before we even began, she knew that we were coming. She may have even watched
Right.
the video,
Right.
or the telecast. She indicated right from the get-go we had, she wants to work with us, but there wasn't much leeway for us to go in, into sharing, and they had nothing to share with us. So this document may be of interest, but I relied on the executive director's words and her leadership.
Okay, so you did what you were asked to do, to try to coordinate with Sherry Tafilo, and that document doesn't indicate quantities or...
Would you like a copy? You can have my copy. Or Mr. Coakley, do you have a copy that you can?
I will gladly take a copy and download a copy, but I'm trying to understand what that's supporting as we're going forward. It's something for you to consider, and it's presented to you, but what, is it really quantifying something?
Ma'am, it shows the activities scheduled by the temple 7 days a week.
I'm not in a position to challenge the executive director of the temple in terms of her parking needs. She indicated, regardless of what's on that sheet or not, that there wasn't, they worked with the sisters in the past, and they listened to, she was aware of what was said here, and she unfortunately didn't have anything to offer to ease our problem, because they had their own issues.
And I understand that, and I'm not asking that they should support or resolve Seton Hall's parking issues. I'm just trying to clarify what this, it's just informational. It's not really quantifying or qualifying.
Well, you have it in your hand, so
Yeah.
I think you can
Okay, so
peruse
the
it.
gist of it is basically that there will be no arrangements between Seton Hall and the temple because there are needs that don't complement each other.
No, what I said is, just like with the sisters, Seton Hall will continue to cooperate
Right.
with the temple, and wherever possible, we will share resources.
Okay.
Not that we are refusing to.
Thank you.
I'll be careful.
Right, but they are.
I was careful not
Okay.
to agree with what you
Okay.
just said.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Come on forward, please.
Maureen Gammon, 397 Charlton Avenue. I just want, as a point of clarification actually, because I believe in my notes from last time, it says service was off of Scotland and Bowes Avenue for entering the site.
Right.
Because my concern is the congestion, given the conversation about the entry for both the temple and the Seton Hall campus, both of which will be off of Scotland Road, and presumably, because there'll be early morning entrances, it could cause some congestion. So I just want to clarify, it will be on Scotland Road that people are entering.
Again, we will have a traffic expert speaking. And again, as I said
Well, this
last
was in
time.
context to the temple, actually.
Okay, I want to interrupt here because I know how this could get. This is about Mr. Garbini's testimony this evening. He is about to tell you that somebody else is going to come up here and
Right.
probably answer your question. It's just about what he's saying tonight.
No, I understand, but I understand that also there are concerns already with the temple, with the traffic there. So I was just from my notes, I wanted to confirm that,
Right.
that it really was Scotland Road that people were entering. That was my question.
Yes. And please recall that what I said last time and what I'm saying now, and what the dean will confirm, is unlike either the school or the temple, we don't have people arriving or leaving at any moment where the bell doesn't ring.
Oh, I understand.
People aren't arriving to meet the bell. People are not racing out the door when the bell goes off. So
No, I understand.
it'll flow in and out.
Oh, I
So I
understand
don't
that
think you're going to see more of a slow process.
Well, we already do see a slow process, but I was just wanting to confirm that it was Scotland Road. That was all. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? None? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, add another.
Sure.
At the last meeting, there was a lot of discussion regarding what would take place in the evening hours. And I don't want to mislead you. In fact, what we were talking about was what the class schedules were. And I was really speaking in terms of how the School of Health and Medical Sciences will function. But I followed up with the sisters, and as well as actually, as I was discussing with the executive director, the temple. It's also, there will be activity at night. I don't want you to think that there is not going to be some minor activity at the school, nor would I want the board to give us approval that would restrict us from having a small meeting or a small group of people who are faculty meeting that might take place that evening. Or if in fact, since you're interested in us maintaining the Graves House, there'll also be interest in us using that occasionally for a function, which again will not be a large number of people. So I just wanted to clarify and then make sure that, because I believe I was asked several times what there about activity at night or weekends. We happen to have, 2 million square feet of classrooms and office space and parking lots just up the road. So if we were going to have a large gathering in the evening or on weekends, would presumably then would require food also to be present, we would hold it there. But I just wanted to make sure the board understood and the neighbors understood that we may still have some activity there in the evening, and I would think that would be desirable. And I would add, just like the Sisters of Charity had activity there in the evenings. I believe they had some use of the gymnasium, they had some use of the classroom space, et cetera. So just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay, so that's further testimony you just gave.
Yes. Well, I was clarifying the testimony, which actually was focused on classroom utilization.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Garabini? Mr. Adler?
Mr. Garbini, good evening. How large and how often?
What's your microphone, Bob?
Not large and not often.
How large and how often?
Mr. Adler, I would have to say probably less utilization than the sisters had, since this was their only site for those kinds of activities. I know there was the gymnasium that was used there, and there was other meetings taking place. I would say, again, if there was going to be anything other than 20 25, 30 people, we would probably have that on campus. And if it was going to be that frequent, it would probably be on campus.
Well, okay, so that's 25 invitees plus some staff? I'm trying to get a handle
No,
on...
no, I'm not talking about classes.
I understand that. It's you said function of some kind.
Well, a faculty meeting, or I understand that there's been community meetings that have taken place in the building as well. And I know there's been a request for us to make the home, if it isn't reclaimed, to be made available for community use. I wouldn't want that investment to anything that we do here to bar neither the university or the community from using that space.
Okay, just a couple of things. One, I have no idea what went on there. I don't know what the sisters did. I don't know where you got your information. It may be right, it may not be right. But to say that it won't be more than what the sisters did doesn't help, because I don't know what that is. So I'm trying to get a number of people and a number of times during the year when you will be using or permitting someone else to use the property at night.
I would guess that the sisters probably had a back-to-school night.
I'm asking about the university's use.
The university's use would be, again, as I said, no more than probably 40 people for an activity. If it was going to be any more than that, we probably would go onto campus.
And how many times a year are you going to use or permit the use of?
I think this type of thing is better described perhaps in a, if we come to a condition, it would be occasional, infrequent, and small groups. Non-students, right? And that's true, Mr. Garbini, non-students. I mean, he's trying to just not preclude the ability to have a faculty meeting, for example.
He had testified last time to that. He said he couldn't promise that there wouldn't be use on weekends or at nights. I understood that.
Okay.
But now he's testified to something and saying a small number and occasionally, and I don't know what that is, and I don't think you know what that is.
Well, I don't think anyone does, frankly, sir.
That's why I'm asking for a number.
Because, well, I
That's
don't
the
know
exact.
I don't know that it's something that's capable at this point in time to give you a number other than that it's going to be infrequent, occasional.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can clarify it this way. You're functioning now, right? I mean, the school is currently functioning on the campus. I mean, what are you doing at night? I mean, how many times are you meeting at night? What kind of functions are you having at night? I mean, what are you doing today?
Again, we can add that to maybe one of the first things that the dean will discuss. But when he takes the podium, in terms of any large activities, I'm sure he will tell you and that those will take place on campus.
No pep rallies.
No pep rallies.
Other questions for Mr. Garbini? Members of the public, based upon this limited testimony that he gave tonight, have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to call Dean Schulman, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brian Schulman, 245 7th Avenue, New York, New York, 10001.
All right. Dean Schulman, Have you prepared a copy of your CV?
Yes, I have.
All right. And I'd like to have this marked as A4. Not that we're going to go through it in detail, but I'm just going to have it in front of you so you can follow along a couple of points. All right, Dean Schulman, A4 is your CV, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, so it details basically your entire academic career,
Correct.
publications, professional organizations, and all of that?
Correct.
All right. So what I'd like to focus the board on, rather than going into all the detail of it, is your career as an academician.
Sure.
All right, and which started when you got a PhD in 1983.
Correct.
All right, and what was that in?
Speech-language pathology.
All right, and you had an academic career where you were at several institutions.
That's correct.
And when did you come to Seton Hall?
I came to Seton Hall in 1998 as the inaugural chair of a new department of speech-language pathology and audiology.
All right, and then would you just detail for the board your career at Seton Hall from that point forward?
Sure. So I became the inaugural chair in January of 98 through 2001. And then from 2001 to 2005, I was appointed the associate dean for the Division of Health Sciences at Seton Hall. And then from 2005 to 2007, I served as acting dean of the school. And then as of May 1st, 2007 to the present, I am the dean of the School of Health and Medical Sciences.
All right, and these various duties are set forth on page 2 of your CV. Is that not correct? Okay. So, so you have been either a chair or a dean of the school for approximately 16 years.
Not the dean of the school, but I've had academic administration experience for that time.
All right, and now let's start when you became the acting dean or associate dean.
Associate dean was from 2001 to 2005. My primary responsibilities were to oversee and manage the professional programs at the graduate level that we offer.
All right, and then from 2005 to 2007?
I was appointed acting dean, supervising and managing the entire school.
All right, and since 2007?
Yes, since 2007, the permanent dean.
All right, so just to give the board some perspective on the school, can you just detail its changes during the period, say, from when you became associate dean to the present?
Sure. So from the time I became associate dean to the present, we have 7 academic programs, all at the graduate professional level. So we have programs at the master's level in athletic training, physician assistant, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, and a doctor of physical therapy, as well as a PhD program.
All right. And how many students do you have?
Currently have approximately 560 students.
All right. And how many faculty?
About 57 faculty.
All right. And where is the program conducted at present?
We are in 5 different buildings on the South Orange campus.
All right. And what about off campus? Is there any locations where parts of the program are conducted?
Parts of some programs are conducted at the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey, as well as St. Michael's Medical Center in Newark.
All right. And what particular parts of programs are conducted at those institutions?
At UMDNJ, our physician assistant program has a class down there where students are taught to work with actors who exhibit certain types of medical conditions and work with simulated experienced mannequins that display certain types of medical conditions. So that's solely for the physician assistant program.
All right, and would the plan be to bring that program to the
Yes.
Mary Lawn campus?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and what about what occurs at St. Michael's?
We use the St. Michael's Medical Center morgue to teach our students anatomy, and that would be students in 4 of our programs.
All right, and will that be brought to Mary
Yes.
Lawn as well? And will there be parts of the program left on campus?
Yes, many of our faculty engage in research, and we have about 12 research labs that faculty use, and those will remain on the campus.
All right, so you anticipate the faculty moving back and forth between the Mary
Right.
Lawn and the campus, okay. And the board staff or board professionals asked for approximate age of your students.
Yes.
Can you give us that?
Sure. So based on our Office of Institutional Research, we have, the mean age of our students is 28 years.
Are they uniformly graduate students, or is it a mixture?
Uniformly graduate students.
All right, so that means they've already gotten a baccalaureate degree?
Right.
Are they generally full-time, or are they generally
The
part-time?
majority of our students are full-time. They're enrolled in what we call lockstep programs, that they take a particular curriculum and they enroll in those courses at those particular semesters throughout the duration of the term of their program.
All right. And did you delve into the question of where do they hail from, these
Right.
students?
Our Office of Institutional Research provided these data based on the student's permanent address that they entered on their application. And so there are basically 5 students that report a permanent residence in South Orange, 57 in Essex County, and approximately 117 out of state. Again, permanent address. And then the rest of those of our students reside in the surrounding New Jersey counties.
All right. Now, would you just describe how the school has either grown or not grown during the period of your deanship?
Right. So when I arrived as the inaugural chair of the speech pathology program, that program had not even taken off the ground. And that program now enrolls 43 students annually over 2 years. Our athletic training program began after I arrived, and that's a 2-year graduate program. And our Doctor of Physical Therapy program is a 4-year graduate program. So those programs developed after or in concert with my arrival.
What was the
at
last
Seton Hall.
one? Doctor
of Physical Therapy.
Okay.
All right. So those are essentially new programs. that
Newer
have
programs,
Come
right.
along. Okay. All right. Now, does the student experience, does it involve, on occasion, internships and residences?
Right. Well, not residencies, but clinical internships. We call them clinical rotations, clinical practicum experience. Those are all synonyms. So part of what we do in our programs is to teach these graduate students how to become future healthcare professionals, future physician assistants, future speech-language pathologists. So in order for them to get real-world experience, we have to provide a clinical education component to their academic didactic courses. And so in order to do that, we have to engage in clinical agreements with surrounding clinical sites, whether they be hospital systems, rehabilitation centers, private practices, special schools, public schools, private schools. And so we have agreements with about 500 clinical facilities in the immediate area and, of course, outside of the New Jersey area and across the country. And I might add that we have 4 community collaborators in the South Orange area, and that would be Dr. Tom Kumo, Lee's Developmental Services, the Jesby House, Our Lady of Sorrows Preschool, and we are in collaboration with the South Orange Maplewood School District to provide our students in some of our programs with practical clinical experience in that district.
And would you say that this clinical experience is part and parcel to virtually all of your students' education?
Everyone, right, because they will ultimately become licensed in the state or the state where they want to work, and then most will become nationally certified by an accrediting body.
All right, and do they come to class at the university and then go to these
Correct.
locations? All right. Now, you mentioned at the beginning that you had approximately students in about 5 buildings. Is
Right.
that correct?
Mhm.
Now, are faculty offices located in one building or multiple buildings?
Actually, 2 buildings.
2 buildings, okay. So can you tell the board what you perceive as the dean as the benefit to the school from moving to Marylawn?
Sure. First of all, our current students as well as our alumni always tell us we love our program, but we don't have a place called SHMS, the School of Health and Medical Sciences, unlike the College of Business, the College of Education, the College of Nursing, that all have an academic home on our campus. And because we have grown to the level that we've grown, we are in 5 different buildings, and our students, again, wish, and our faculty wish that we had a place where we can consolidate our operations and call that place the School of Health and Medical Sciences. And our Seton South Orange campus cannot provide that.
All right. Now, in addition to the training provided at UMD&J and St. Michael's, is there some training done in specialized rooms on campus?
Yes, we have a number of specialized rooms for physical therapy that have equipment that we call plinths, which is basically a table with a cushion on top where students can work on each other, manipulating each other's limbs to learn how to manipulate patients, potentially, who have physical types of ailments. Our physician assistant program has a specialized classroom where they do similar kinds of things. And our occupational therapy program, for example, has a special place in a classroom where they learn how to do splinting of fingers and those kinds of things so that the students learn how to splint on a fellow student before they have a patient who has a medical condition where they need to be able to do it correctly right away.
All right. Now, is there some space on the Seton Hall campus that might be lost to your program in the future? The Duffy Hall space?
Right. Well, again, there is some discussion about Duffy Hall being taken down, and we have some research labs there, but we also have our OT program, our occupational therapy program, that is housed in 2 classrooms there, and we also have another lab/teaching space on the opposite side of the hallway where those OT classrooms are that we will potentially lose.
Now, is there any concern that you might lose the space at St. Michael's?
Absolutely. I think we all know that St. Michael's is potentially up for sale, and there's no guarantee that St. Michael's will be around forever to provide the kind of experience that our students need, and that's really not the kind of experience that they're getting now in terms of working in a morgue with all sorts of environmental challenges.
And what about UMD&J? Is there any concern about that?
Well, the UMD&J space, as I mentioned, is specifically for our physician assistant students, but with the changing face of healthcare and the majority of health science schools around the country teaching students how to work as members of interprofessional teams, we could never provide the UMD&J experience for an interprofessional experience for our students because we wouldn't be able to use that space to the extent that we need to in order to bring students from all of our programs together to learn how to work with patients.
All right. All right, let's move on to hours of operation. What would you anticipate being the hours of operation at Marylawn?
Primarily 8 to about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Again, not all programs operate every semester. Not all programs have students every year on the campus or on the Marylawn campus, and there is this ebb and flow of students coming in. Again, I mentioned about the cohort model, the lockstep program. So if I'm a speech-language pathology student, I will come to class on Tuesdays and Thursdays only, and on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I will be off campus at my clinical site getting clinical experience. Another example, our physician assistant program is a 3-year graduate program. Those students are only in class on our campus 1 year. The other 2 years, they are off in clinical sites full-time. So there is this ebb and flow of students being in the building, on the campus, or off campus.
All right, do you have classes on weekends?
No,
Do you have classes on Friday evenings?
no.
And how late do your classes go on other weeknights?
As I said, probably around 6 o'clock. We do have a part-time PhD program, and sometimes those classes may run a little bit beyond that time because these are all working professionals coming from their work setting to our campus to attend class. And again, those are part-time students, so they're either enrolled in only 1 or 2 classes at the max in a given semester.
All right. Now, your summer programs, would you describe those to the board?
Sure. Our summer session is a very compressed session. We begin our summer session the day after the university commencement, and we end usually at the end of the first week of July. So August, there's no activity with the exception of faculty perhaps coming in to prepare for the next academic year, then fall semester, and then we begin with orientation towards the end of August, depending upon when the fall semester begins.
So for the bulk of July and the bulk of August, there's no...
Very, very quiet.
Very quiet. All right. Now, you testified a moment ago as to the present size of the program.
Right.
What do you anticipate in terms of the growth of the program going forward?
Well, given the plan in terms of Mary Lawn, we only estimate, because of the size of Mary Lawn and how it was designed for our use, we only estimate about 4 to 5% growth probably over a 3 to 5 year period. So if you take 560 current students and you take 4% to 5%, it's about 23 to 28 students total growth over a 3 to 5 year period. And that doesn't mean in each program, that means total. Some programs can have more students because the accrediting body permits us to have more students. Other programs, one in particular, is kind of flat in its enrollment, and we don't anticipate anything significant. So while I say 4 to 5%, 23 to 28 students, we would not obviously load those students in the first year at Mary Lawn, but we would very strategically plan which programs we want to grow when.
All right. Now, you testified about how the students participate in off-site clinical programs, and you testified about where they come from, where they reside.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you say that most of your students have cars?
Yes, for the reasons I mentioned about their clinical off-campus opportunities and requirements to get their degree.
All right. And given that, do you believe that this parking is required or desirable?
Sure, I would prefer to have as many parking spots for our students as possible, but I do know that there are challenges for the town and challenges for the university as well. So, but again, the majority of our students are adult students, adult learners, and they require transportation.
All right. All right, I have no further questions.
Okay, we have questions for the dean. Mr. Don.
Just a couple of follow-up questions on sort of use of the building and time frame. I'm on. You have 560 students in the program. You have classes daily from 8 to 6.
It's not working.
It's on now.
I think it's working. All right, you have classes Monday through Friday. Can you give me a sense for, during the course of a day, obviously, all 560 are not there at one time.
Correct.
So how does the building function during the course of the day? I mean, how many people are you sort of seeing over the course? I'm sure it changes as the day goes on, but generally, is it?
Sure, and so again, with this cohort model, if I start at 8 o'clock on Tuesday, I have back-to-back classes all the way through the day, perhaps ending. I can give you an example. So with the plan that we have with our class schedule, given the Mary Lawn space and how it's currently designed, we have a total of 9 teaching spaces. So on a given day, for example, from 8:30 to 10 o'clock, there are about 268 students in classes. From 10:30 to 12:30, there are 348, but that doesn't mean 348 new students. Probably 260 of the 348 are continuing on in class. Again, this lockstep program means you register for these courses. For example, speech-language pathology, it's Tuesday, Thursday, so the students usually come at 9, and they typically stay till 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's a non-clinic day. So they be in the building from 9 and they leave at 4. But another cohort of students, for example, the physician assistant students, may come in at 10 and leave at 3 and go to clinic. So there's this ebb and flow. So there aren't a new set of students necessarily filling all 9 classes at every time period in the 8 to 5, 9 to 5 schedule. Did I answer that?
No, that's good. That's good information. Mike, I guess, and you're probably not going to be the one to answer this, but if you tell me that there's 340 students at that period when the classes are overlapping, my obvious question is, if all those students are driving, where are they all parking?
Well, I think there was some discussion about a shuttle. They would be parking on campus and be shuttled to the Marylawn campus because there's not enough space for 348 parking spaces, but I would defer probably to the parking expert for
Okay,
that.
because, you know, the testimony that was given at the last meeting was that the idea was that all the parking for this program would be on campus, but obviously, with those kind of numbers, it really can't be. So
Well, I think there was a comment made about 100 spaces, and we have 72, 57 faculty and 15 staff, so 72 of those 100 are primarily our personnel.
Right, but I guess what I'm getting at is, how are the people coming for the class at 11:30 going to know that there's not any parking available?
I think what the application shows is that there will be a fixed number.
Make sure you're talking into the microphone.
There'll be a fixed number of parking passes issued to students, and that's about 100 parking passes. The balance of the students who will be in attendance at a particular time will have to come on the shuttle.
So you're sort of controlling the accessibility of the parking on site to the people that you give the passes to.
Why don't we have that conversation with the parking
Okay,
testimony?
yeah, I think, let's hold it, but I do want to get back to that.
Is the dean competent to, can you answer that question, or is that your bailiwick?
Not really.
I don't have any more.
Well, let me just follow up. I mean, there are a whole range of questions there, but following up to the question you asked about this, I think you're referring to this schedule
Right.
that we've got as an exhibit. Are you saying that, this is just something about how to read it. You're saying that the numbers we see on there today, so I'm looking at the Monday version, the Monday
Right.
schedule for that, and it says between the hours of 8:30 and 10:30.
What are you referring to?
This is the class schedule that is included in John Signorello's memo to the board that was submitted. And I'm looking at the Monday class schedule, and I'm just trying to understand how to read it, because one of the things you said wasn't the way I had read it, which is, are you saying that the numbers on here are based on the number of students you have in class as your schedule works today?
Actually, no, it's actually based on the seating capacity in the horizontal column at the top. So in each of those classrooms, you have the maximum seating capacity. So it's based on taking our current schedule and trying to fit it into the Marylawn property.
That's how I read it. And so
Yeah.
this schedule effectively shows the maximum capacity of your 9 classrooms that you
Correct.
have at Marylawn. And so if a schedule, and this schedule I take it is representative, not the actual, but if this schedule was your schedule, these would show the maximum number of students you could have on campus in any one of these blocks.
Right, given the seating capacity.
So you know, given your 560 students you have today, if you mapped them and their class schedule onto the Marylawn site, what would you actually have on Monday morning from 8:30 to 10:30, would there be a lot less than 268 in class at Mary Lawn if you mapped your current student body over to the new building?
No, because what we are doing is, for example, 48 in the dynamic 1 and 2 classrooms is the maximum number of students that can fit into that space. We do not have a cohort right now of 48 students in any of our programs. So what we've done is we've taken our schedule and we've said, for example, in the dynamic 2, ultimately, for physician assistant, where it says lecture PA at 9 o'clock, we could have up to 48 PA students in a cohort
That's right.
in that classroom.
And that's how to read this. But what I'm asking is, if you took your physician assistant program today and assumed you moved it over and you were functioning at Mary Lawn, how many students would be sitting in Dynamic 2 on Monday morning?
48. 48 in that first
But that says
block.
that you've maxed, that you're going to
Right.
max out the capacity
So-
based on the students you have today.
Right, so from 9 o'clock to 11:45, there could potentially be 48 PA students having a lecture in Dynamic 2.
Now, let me just, so I'm interested, I understand there could potentially be.
Right.
That's what I get. What I want to know is, how many would there be today, based on, as you're
Oh, how
running
many
a
are there
program?
today? There
Yeah.
are about 32.
And so what I'd like to understand is, as I go through this schedule, if you're saying today there are 32 students in the PA program, but they're seating for 48, I'd like to understand what those gaps are. And the reason is very straightforward, which is I understand your testimony about 4 to 5% growth over 3 to 5 years, very minimal. But I'm interested in sort of how much growth, how much more growth can this site sustain for you, right? And so if you're saying in the physician assistant program, you've got room to move from 32 to 48 because now I've got the classroom space, well, that's, I'll do the math, but, that's a 25% increase in your PA program. I'm interested in understanding the gap between your current student body and what this site could support as you schedule into these 9 classrooms. Because that will tell us more, not about what you, maybe what your planning projections are, but long-term, what can this site sustain in terms of a total student body?
Well, I think it can sustain, like I said, a 4 to 5% growth.
But that makes no sense if you're saying that in just the PA program, there's 25% growth possible in terms of
Right, but we
capacity.
could be growing the PA program incrementally prior to the move-in into Mary Lawn, and then we'd have to split classes on our campus, utilize more classroom space.
In other words, between now and 2 to 3 years from now, if everything was approved,
Right.
construction is finished,
Right.
there's growth between now and 2 to 3 years from now, and then there's growth from move-in forward.
But probably if we do that incremental growth before move-in, there will be minimal growth post-move-in.
So when I understand that, so when you look at this site with this set of classroom capacity, my question is, how big can the program get? Today it's 560, but how big
Right.
can it get?
I would say probably no more than, like I said, 4 to 5%. 25
Okay, but that makes no
to
sense,
28
right?
students.
So then I'm going to ask you to go through each program.
Mhm.
Because just on the basis of the PA program, you've testified 25% growth. There's, I don't mean to quote 25% because I did it in my head, but there's a substantial room for additional students just in the PA classroom based on what you have today. And so I appreciate your testimony of 4 to 5%. That's quite small. I'm very interested in program by program, how many students are there today? How does that map onto the available capacity here of seating? And what's that delta? Right?
Right.
That's a very important delta for us. in
Well, let me
thinking
also
about-
clarify the issue with the PA program is that program is an accredited program like some of our others, the majority of our professional programs, and we have to get permission from the accrediting board and demonstrate to the National Accrediting Board that we have the appropriate resources, faculty, et cetera, to support an increase beyond, and for PA, 15%. So it could very well be that while we may plan for 48 because we have 48 seats in a classroom, we may not be given the authority by the National Accrediting Board for Physician Assistant Education to increase.
I understand. But I also think that you have a track record, since you've arrived at the school,
Right.
of very aggressively growing a program, making it a very successful program.
And we're not going to grow to grow. We're going to grow to maintain the quality of student that we have. Let me give you an example for speech, for example. When I was the inaugural chair, I was told that I had 6 months to recruit a class. We had 18 students in the first class, followed by 9, followed by 25. As it became accredited and now reaccredited, we have 43 students coming in the fall.
Right,
The maximum, and we don't need permission to increase speech-language pathology.
right.
So we could go to 48. That's the max because that's the largest space that we can increase speech-language pathology to at Marylawn. And
Right.
so we can only grow that program by 5 more students. Our athletic training program is a 2-year program. That program has begun to show a decline in enrollment because the master's degree is not the entry-level degree into the profession, it's the bachelor's degree. But in our strategic wisdom, years ago we determined that we wanted to be ahead of the curve for athletic training. Well, now we're seeing this slow decline. So if we get 25, we'll have 16 coming in the fall. So that program, by the time we move into Marylawn, could have significant enrollment challenges, let alone growth. So if that program ultimately gets sunsetted, which I hope it doesn't, then we have the capacity to grow another program in place of the athletic training program.
Right, and that's the challenge of running a program, right? I mean, it's the complexity of this, right? It's not all straight lines. There's ups and there's downs. And-
Right.
But I am assuming that your goal as dean of this program would be to make the best use of the facility.
Right.
And you know, you're not going to squeeze every last student in there, but where you have spare capacity, where you have a declining program, where maybe it's harder to recruit, there's something has changed, you might sunset that program, but then you might launch a new program, as
Right.
you've done over the years, and say there's a new area where there's a strong need, and I can start a program there. Seton Hall can build that up, and that maybe is a replacement. And so I'm having trouble understanding from this document and from the classroom size how I map that onto a potential student body size, for obvious reasons, right? And this gets to all the calculations about what is the impact on the residential zone of the level of activity that could be generated, right? And so I'm just looking for help from you of what that could be.
I can give you my hypothesis about growth of each of the programs. I can go through each program right now.
Okay.
As I said, our athletic training program is a 2-year program. The goal would be 25 students, so that's 50.
And today it's at how many?
Right now, it's at 24, plus, right now it's at 40. I'm talking about per cohort. So 25 students in each cohort, 50 students.
And now it's at 40.
Right. Physical therapy is currently around 33 students, a 4-year program. So you're talking about 120, 132 students. So we could probably see that grow to about 40 per cohort. So that's 160 students.
Right.
Occupational therapy is currently 35. We would anticipate that to go to 48. And beginning in the fall, we'll probably have about 44 students. Again, the cohort size multiplied by the number of years of the program. Physician assistant, as I said, 35. We would like to be able to grow that to 48.
Just
3-year program.
Help me with this. So the 35 and 48 are the per year
Cohort size.
And so you'd have to then multiply that. That's a 2-year.
By the number of years.
And the PA program is a 2-year program?
3-year.
3-year.
Yeah. Speech language pathology is a 2-year program. As I said, it's right now at 42. We're going to grow it to 43, but hopefully 48 before we even move in.
And that's it.
That's it, right.
Okay.
And our PhD program, as I said, is part-time. That has roughly the equivalent of 75 students who take 1 or 2 courses a semester.
Right, and those are the part-time students.
Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Other questions?
Well, just to follow up, so these numbers that you just provided, Mr. Parlapiano, are those the numbers that you fed the traffic engineer for his analysis or her analysis?
And we base that on the current enrollment.
That was based on the current?
I believe so.
Not the future? Okay, thank you.
I just, one question to follow up on the tables here that Mr. Parlapiano was referring to. If I read across the top, those are the 9 rooms that are, the 9 instructional rooms, correct?
Right.
And that, if I add that all up, that adds up to the 308.
Right,
So that's the number of spaces in the school for instruction.
right.
Okay. So if I go down to the second across, the 10:30 to 1 o'clock time, how do I get to 348 people if there's only 300?
Oh, because what I said before, it could, some of those 268 students are sitting in those time slots in class as well. So there is overlap with people arriving and departing. So it's not 348 new or unique students, but the majority, for example, are already in class in the times earlier than the time slot you referenced. So, for example, physical therapy, those students are in class from 7:30 to 3.
All right, so that 348 is sort of the total that's there from 10:30 to 1, but
But
all
not
of-
necessarily new students coming
But,
in.
But also, they're not all there at the same time, or
Right.
else there'd be no place for 40 of them to sit.
Right.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got it.
So it's that ebb and flow.
I don't know if I have it. So, and this is a very important testimony you provided.
These guys.
So when you're saying, let's look at that same period there of 348, it says of seating capacity is what you, that
Right.
doesn't mean that there's 348 total seats throughout the building. It means there's going to be 348 students at that time.
Sitting in those classes, right, based on the seating capacity only.
Okay, so seating capacity is, that sounds like it's not the correct term. The term is students in the classrooms at that time, period.
No.
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 No,
Seating,
don't forget, this is, I'll take a shot at it.
Okay.
We're looking at blocks of time here. This is not instant in time. This is for that 2-hour or 3-hour period. And so if a class is running for the first hour of the 3-hour period, that's 48 students. Then it lets out, and then another 48 students come for the next 2-hour period to use that building. You're going to get a count of 96 in that block in a room that only fits 48, because you've used that block, you've used that room for 2 separate sets of students in that time.
and also, let's not forget that there could be 2 cohorts from the same program in the building at the same time. It could be the first-year OT students taking a course and the second-year OT students taking a course at the same time,
Right.
but in 2 different spaces. Or it could be one cohort going straight through in their instructional time.
How many, let me ask another way, if you can give this answer. First of all, for what you have now, you have 560 students now in the program. At any given time during the business day, 9:30 to 10:30, early afternoon, how many of those students are actually on your Seton Hall campus at a given time?
It'll depend upon the year that they're in the program. So as I said, physician assistant, 3-year program, only on campus the first year.
Well, I'm asking you the total among all the different programs. If you, it's kind of complicated.
Yeah.
But that's what we're looking at, is how many, what proportion of that 560 are on campus throughout the day at any given time? I understand it'll flow a little bit, but there should be some, is it 50? Is it 500 at a given time? It's, obviously it's not all of them.
It's not all of them, right.
Half of them, 3/4, a third?
I don't want to take a guess because I don't want to be inaccurate.
Is it possible to provide that same information in the form of a histogram instead of in blocks so that you can see what the maximum point is?
Mm-hmm. Well, what we attempted to do was to take our current operating schedule and put it in, but I see that you're saying you want to know how many students at a given time. Could be.
Well, I think the simple answer to that is you only have seats for 308.
So I think that's right. The site limits
Right.
what
If
you
you're-
can do.
if-
There's only 9
And now I
classrooms.
There's no other
understand
place
the
for
reading
students to be other
I
than
understand
that
the reading across that.
Yeah.
The total on the right in red is a little deceptive because if you read across, say you look at that 10:30 to 1 o'clock again, and we read across, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, there's only 6 rooms actually being used at that point from 10:30 to 11 o'clock. There's only 6 rooms, well, actually 4 rooms being used because one pair of rooms only bleeds over for a half hour. So that's why the number on the right is actually greater than the total
And
number
let me
of
also,
seats.
I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry. Also make note of the bottom right data point on each of the pages, average seating capacity. So out of the 308 seats, the maximum would be on Tuesdays with 291, and the minimum would be 238 on Thursday. Bottom right corner of each of the pages.
But
So
that's
out of the
not- that's not at any
308,
given, that's not at a given time.
Right.
So you're not saying that you're going to have, on average, 291 students at a given time.
Right, there may be more, there may be less.
There may be more or less?
right.
But there's not, but
But again, 308 is the max,
Right.
maximum number of people that can be
Well,
sitting in those classrooms.
In those classrooms, right. There's also 148 seats in the cafeteria that are in addition to these, right? So there's more, I think the question of the schedule is very important. I think you're the best expert there could be.
Thanks.
About the implications of scheduling to this site on these questions about traffic demand and load. I think there's more to be done than when we're speaking with the parking specialist about the implications of that schedule, right? But I think the scheduling is quite important. I mean, one of the things that you've answered for me that I think is material is how the classrooms are used. Because, for example, I'll go to the extreme. If these were 60-minute typical undergraduate classes turning over every hour throughout the day, it would be the same number of seats, but the load on the site would be much higher. If it's, as you said, they come in the morning and the same group stays through the end of the day, it's a very different load.
Right, cohort model. They start together and they finish together.
Right, and that's interesting.
Okay, so again, 308 maximum seating. If you were just to jam all those 9 classrooms up and you put somebody in every seat, is that going to, do you think that's going to be typical?
Yes.
Okay. So then, I guess we get back to this parking issue from Signorello. Maybe we should calculating from the average seating capacity. I still don't, maybe afterwards somebody can explain to me what average seating capacity means.
It doesn't mean average seating capacity. Right, so it means average number of bums in seat, in that block of time, but it doesn't mean average seating capacity.
Average number of occupied seats.
That's a better way to put it, yes.
I think basically it's adding.
Yeah,
these
average number of
numbers and
seats.
And
by
dividing.
5.
Okay,
I
so,
think it's a meaningless
and
number.
and it can't go above 308. Okay. All right. So as far as, well, I'm asking a question. You've been very successful in growing the programs. That's why they hired you. You're doing your work as the dean. And there are probably other programs that you could bring into, but what you're saying is ultimately your ultimate limitations, at least as far as seating at that site, is 308 seats. And you could bring in different people at different times. We talked about the undergrad model, 1 hour, but
And I might also add that there are other ways to develop programs outside of the standard didactic, humans sitting in seats, faculty member delivering lectures. And so we're looking at alternate strategies to develop other programs electronically through online delivery, where students would never be in the building. So we would look at growing the programs through a different delivery model, other programs.
Okay, so you're looking to grow the program. You're saying it's going to grow to 4 to 5% over 3 to 5 years. You're saying that's as far as it's going to get, given the 308 seats, or is that just, what about 10, 15 years down the line? Could you have 1,000 students in there farmed out at different clinical sites and then come back?
No, because again, we're limited to 308 seats in the existing plan.
So you think the ultimate final growth would be 4 to 5% over the 560
Right.
students?
Well, I think that given the numbers you provided to us, program by program, I'll sit and do the math, but we can calculate what you're saying the growth rate you see in these programs on a sum total basis is, and then compare that to the capacity of the building.
If I could, my notes weren't good on that. Did you get numbers for 7 programs? You have the number of years, and it's 7 programs, isn't it, Dean?
It is, but really there are, it's the athletic training program, PT, speech, physician assistant, and occupational therapy. 5 full-time graduate programs ranging in length from 2 to 4 years.
And then the PhD
The
program,
PhD
which is
program
part-time.
is part-time.
So I got 6, not 7, and those are the 6
Yeah.
that Dean just labeled.
And then, okay.
I'm just having a little trouble making the transition, conceptualizing from a capacity of 308 at any one time in the school. What will that translate into in terms of cars in the parking lot?
Well, I think, as I mentioned, these are cohort programs, so students arrive and they stay, depending upon their cohort. They could have class from, I'll give you an example, the one that I know the best is speech-language pathology. That's the program I was recruited here to develop. That program operates Tuesdays and Thursdays only. The students come in probably around 9, and they have back-to-back classes probably till about 4 o'clock. And that's 40 students, 42 students right now.
So help me out. How many cars is that in the parking lot at any given time?
I don't know whether,
If all the classes are running at the same time?
it's hard to tell because some of the students carpool. They don't drive themselves. So again, without asking every student how they, if there's 3 in the car, 1 in the car, you could have, for the speech pathology program, 2 days a week, you could have 84 students on campus at the same time for their 2 cohorts, twice a week. Because the other 3 days, they're off campus.
How do the students get there if there's, a jam up in terms of parking? If there's not enough parking for everyone, how will they manage?
Right, I think as Mr. Coakley said, the majority of the students will have to park on campus and take the shuttle to Marylawn because there won't be enough parking spots for every student to park at Marylawn in every cohort and every program to take class.
Okay, so that I understood. So does that mean then that the full capacity of the parking lot would be utilized almost 100% of the time during classes?
You would assume with only 100 spots, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think what we're getting at here, this is for the board, it is getting sort of circling around the question of, we have a number now of 308 seats, which I think is a useful figure. There's other permutations, more sophisticated ways of looking at that, but at least now I understand 308 total seats in 4 classrooms, so that gives us something to work with. And they are giving about 100 parking spaces, passes to students, so you can do the math from there, of how many more students would either be parking on the university or around the site. And then it gets into the issue of, what the ordinance requires, what's a realistic assumption of spaces per student. I guess we should wait for that for traffic parking expert. That's not your...
It is not my expertise.
I do have a couple other...
I do too. Go ahead. You go.
Okay. The first is, you testified that in terms of the need for this, for the school, that the school needs a clear center and home with a name over the door,
An identity.
A place that defines what this school is, right, that you can find on a map. Did you look into, as part of all of the reconstruction going on campus, creating that kind of a presence, either by taking an entire building or a door of a building, or creating, being creative about putting up a canopy and doing the things that people do when they build even mixed-use office buildings, where one entrance will be identified as the corporate entrance for this entity, which has floors 15 to 22, and another door might have a different brand on it, effectively, right?
Well, we do that in one of the 5 buildings, McQuaid Hall, which is where the majority of our faculty offices and administration is, and there's a sign in front that says School of Health and Medical Sciences. But that's it. The other 4 buildings, with the exception of indoor signage,
right,
do not denote us.
And so you did look at ways, as part of the substantial amount of construction that's going on campus now, to create that kind of a center that would satisfy that need by staying on the main campus?
I can't speak for Mr. Garbini or the executive leadership of the administration in terms of how their decisions were made about our school and other construction projects that were going on campus.
Did you look at other sites that had pros and cons in making a choice that this was the right alternative for you?
No, and quite honestly, when we talk to our students, our students have applied to surrounding universities, and the majority of them, when I ask them why they pick Seton Hall, not only because of our customer service and our 100% graduation and employment rate, they tell us they like South Orange and they like Seton Hall. And so it's pretty much, they said it's a no-brainer for them to choose our programs because of our program successes and the fact that they prefer South Orange over another city with a competitive program.
Yeah, people go to Yale. You ever
Yeah.
been to New Haven?
I mean, we don't have.
They put people in good positions too.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I want to follow up on that. You didn't look at other sites. Did you look at other sites in town? For example, a couple years ago, there was a church that was not, they couldn't use their whole, I think it was First Presbyterian in Trinity, and they had lots of open classroom space, as I recall. That may not be the case. Did you look around at any sites like that in town, in the center
Again,
of
as
downtown?
dean, I wasn't asked to look at anything. I believe last month, Mr. Garbini testified that we had looked at many years ago, perhaps relocating to the St. Michael's Medical Campus when they were in a position where they were developing a campus master plan to include us. We began to talk, but that really never flourished, and to date it's a good thing because we're not so sure if we were there, if we would continue to be there because of St. Michael's challenges. That was the only involvement I had in trying to look at alternate opportunities. I don't know if the university did.
So you weren't the principal in looking at other sites, whether in town or in nearby towns?
No.
Do you think that this site is going to be sufficient for the, you are a successful and ambitious dean.
Right.
They should be happy to have you. You want to grow programs. Is this site, given its limitations, is this going to be sufficient? You may not be here in 15 years, or maybe
That's
you will
correct.
be.
Right.
But is it going to be 15 years down the road enough for you?
In terms of these particular programs, yes. In terms of developing additional programs without face-to-face, probably yes. We're talking about other degree programs, certificate programs that don't require face-to-face didactic instruction. So I'm very excited about this opportunity because it gives our school a branding, gives the students and alumni a place to call their school from where they graduate or they're attending. And again, I really don't want to, personally, I love South Orange, and I don't want our school to be so disengaged from the South Orange campus that we're perceived to be completely separate from Seton Hall University.
Mr. Dunn.
I wanted to just follow up on something that Mr. Adler had asked previously about this other use potentially of the building,
Right.
evenings, weekends, if you could speak to that, because they sort of deferred it to you.
Yeah, no,
so-
that's fine. That's fine, and I had an answer half an hour ago. We really don't operate in the evenings. I do know some faculty might be in their offices, prepping for the next day in our current building. Any of the evening events that we have are interprofessional events, and that's where we bring together students from all of our programs in a certain cohort. There's no way that we would have the space to bring 200 students together in Marylawn, and we would do that on the campus, and quite honestly, that's good for us and it's good for the students so that they maintain the connection to the main campus even though they'll be at Marylawn. So we run those probably 1 or 2 a semester, and we have at least 200 students and faculty working with students in groups to review a case study that we present in video, and they have to work together and report back. And so clearly, the Marylawn campus would not afford us the space to do the kinds of interprofessional education activities in the evening that we currently do on the main campus. And the whole issue of food and catering, we couldn't replicate that at Maryland. We don't necessarily want to. No sound?
Talk to him.
Okay,
not
sorry.
us.
What's the biggest room at Mary Lawn? If you wanted to hold some,
The dynamic classrooms each hold 48.
and how much does the cafeteria hold?
I think someone said 145, but I'm not exactly sure of the number.
48.
Cafeteria holds 148.
I have one other question.
Okay. Mr. Dunn.
One of the big buildings on this site that is important, and we really haven't talked about hardly at all, and I know that you probably don't know the exact use, but what do you see as the use of the Graves House? Because, you know, one of the attractive things is that this application includes maintaining the Graves House, but maintaining it for what is kind of a question that I'd like to hear a little bit more about. Now, maybe the architect will speak to that, but I'd like to hear what you have to say as well.
Again, I've only seen the Marylawn property, the actual school building. I know the Graves House is over there, but I really have not been in it, nor was I advised that I would have any use for it. So, again, I think the university has alternate plans for the Graves House. Has nothing to do with the School of Health and Medical
the
Sciences.
theoretical office use wouldn't be offices for your program?
No, and in fact, our current plan, as designed by the architects, includes all of our personnel in the Marylawn space.
Okay, so then I'll hold my question until the architect comes.
That's a good question. Any other questions from Mr. Adler?
So even with occupational therapy being such a hot field, you still only see 4 or 5% growth for the overall in three years?
Mm-hmm. But again, if you look at program, we are growing that program right now from 35 to 45 this coming year, and because of limited space on our campus, we're going to have to now take over more instructional space than we used to because our dedicated space for OT isn't big enough. So we're going to have to use additional space for more students because we don't have enough seats in the OT space to deliver the curriculum to that many students at one time. Sections would have to be delivered, multiple materials purchased, and so it adds more stress to the OT program. We're growing it, but we don't necessarily have the adequate space to deliver the curriculum to all of them at the same time.
I understand, but at Mary Lawn, you would still have, even with the ability to service more students, to teach more students in the OT program, you still only see such a small increase in the student body spread over all your programs.
But remember, the OT program, for example, is 3 years, so if we grow each cohort from 35 to 45, we're going from 90 students to 135 students in that program across all 3 years. So from 90 to 135 is a significant growth. Again, each program has multiple cohorts. I can go back over that again if you want.
No, if I'm the only one that didn't get it, no, don't. I'll get it. So how is this program, so the program that's attached to the memo to Mr. Signorello, that's the program that you developed?
Well, it's these particular academic programs sitting in Mary Lawn, given the capacity of seats in those programs.
Right, and that's something that you developed, those charts?
With my team.
Oh, sure. And in what respect is it different from the current schedule?
Well, what we did was we took the current schedule and put it in here. So we said, for example, that we could grow physical therapy to 40 students, and so we put them into 2 sections of 20 at Mary Lawn, because there are 2 rooms, 2 class labs for physical therapy. There's a class lab for physical therapy that each sits 20 students. We don't have 40 students right now in physical therapy. As I said earlier, we have 33 right now. But we could grow it to 40. And again, remember, some of these programs like PT, PA, and OT, we require the national accrediting body to grant us permission to increase the cohort size and demonstrate that we have adequate resources, personnel, equipment, supplies to deliver an increased cohorted program. So it does take some time to get those permissions.
If they were to grant you the permissions, all the permissions you needed immediately, how many students could you accommodate in all of your programs?
Well, I think I went through that list before. So athletic training, I said if we got 25, that would be great. Speech language pathology, we grew from 16 to now 43 with a possible 48. Again, because of the limited seating capacity in the dynamic classrooms.
Okay, so it's not based on permission from an accrediting body, it's just based on the physical size?
Oh, it is. For speech path, it's not. For PA, it is. So we would want to ask the PA accrediting board to increase our aggregate total number of students from 30 in each class, 3-year program, 90 total students, to 48 times 3. If we could demonstrate to them that we had the adequate faculty, equipment, space, and other resources. So it's just not saying we're going to grow 48 and they're going to say yes. We have to demonstrate to them, and they may have to come and visit Mary Lawn to ensure that there is adequate space, faculty, and other resources to have 48 PA students in each of the 3 cohorts.
Are there any undergraduates taking classes at SHMS?
We have what are called dual degree programs. So if I am a freshman, if I'm a high school student, I want to become a physical therapist, I can apply to Seton Hall through the Department of Biology and apply to the Biology PT dual degree program. So I come in as a Bio PT student. I'm on campus freshman, sophomore, junior year. At the end of my junior year, I move into the School of Health and Medical Sciences, and I take graduate level courses. At the end of that 4th year, which is the first year of the graduate PT program, I get my undergraduate degree, and I continue on in SHMS 3 more years and get my doctorate of physical therapy. That's the only undergraduate nuance, if you will, but they're sitting in the classes with us, with our students at the graduate level. They're getting the same graduate course.
So are those in addition to or part of the
Part of.
560?
Part of. Because they're coded as SHMS students at the point that they transition to our school. And they're guaranteed a seat in our graduate program as long as they maintain the requisite GPA.
Even with those undergraduate students, you have an average age of 28, or is that not?
Yeah, and in fact, there are about 120 who are between 22 and 24. So those are still students that are of graduate student age, post-baccalaureate age.
And is it the plan then to move whatever is being done at St. Michael's and UMDNJ onto the Mary Lawn?
Correct.
And does that require any change in faculty?
No.
So that your teachers, your professors were going down to UMDNJ to teach these classes?
No. In fact, the UMDNJ, it's not really, it's a class. They're in order for them to become PAs, they have to be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills and experience working with patients that have different medical conditions. And so they have actors that come in, and our students work with their faculty who manage that simulation clinical skills center, and it's an exam basically that they take. But we don't have that facility or the ability to do that. And so that would be part of our clinical skills center. That's part of the plan at Marylawn. The only other off-campus experience is the anatomy laboratory that's at the St. Michael's campus. And our faculty member, we have an anatomist who goes down there and teaches the course to them.
And the clinical part where they're practicing on actors or mannequins is taught by UMDNJ or St. Michael's faculty, or?
Yeah, that's only done at UMDNJ. The St. Michael's experience is our anatomist goes down there.
UMDNJ, is that UMDNJ's people teaching that, or is that your faculty teaching?
UMDNJ faculty teaching it, and our faculty are supervising those exams.
Go ahead.
Assuming we're observing protocol, can I ask a couple more questions? Sure. Yeah. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around these schedules. And so if I look at the Tuesday and Thursday schedule, I certainly see this block of PT classes that run from morning until late afternoon. On Tuesday, it runs from, looks like 8:30 all the way till 8:30 at night. And then on Thursday, something similar, if I can flip the page. But there are also PT classes in that lab on Monday and on Wednesday, and even a little on Friday.
Yeah.
Who are those students?
Remember, we have 4 cohorts of PT students. It's a 4-year program. So you could have first, second, third, and or fourth year taking classes at the same time. The PT program, because it's the longer curriculum, would obviously have more students involved in the instruction. It's our longest program versus 2 years for athletic training, 2 years for speech. So the PT students are engaged in didactic education at a greater level because of the length of the program.
Right. Okay. And then my other question right now is about weekends. So I absolutely get your point about online education being a way to expand the program without necessarily having more students on campus. The other big change that's going on in graduate education is weekend education for working professionals.
Mm-hmm.
That's
We haven't done it, and there are no plans to do it.
But why wouldn't you, right? Now, as you have a facility, there's a need for more people to be accredited, and there are jobs in these professions. You're getting 100% of your graduates getting work in their professions. Other universities are offering weekend programs. Why wouldn't you?
We don't want to be like everybody else. Again, we're looking at alternate ways to deliver postgraduate health sciences education to working professionals who don't necessarily have to come to campus to receive a quality certificate program or degree program. I thought you were going to ask me about other types of weekend events, and the only other thing that I could think of was university open houses, but we're all on the main
Right, right.
campus.
No, I'm
Yeah.
interested in using the school
Right.
building on
Right.
weekends, because that is a trend in graduate education, right? Is
Well,
professionals come
not
and
necessarily in
spend-
health sciences education, maybe in other areas, but certainly not. We haven't done it, and we haven't had any discussions about doing it.
What about clinics? I know that Mr. Garabini answered this, but you need to answer this also. Do you intend to run any patient clinics through there?
Not at all.
You don't intend
There's
to?
no space to do it.
Well, again, weekends, an urgent care clinic or something like that. Let me ask Mr. Rinda, is there a different permit that would be required to do that kind of work, to run, to see patients there, generating revenue?
Yes, that would be a different type of use from the university use.
Okay,
would be
so
a
that would
limited
require
use.
a separate variance application if they wanted?
Yes, it would.
Okay, well, that's important to know. Okay. Mr. Breen.
I'm just having trouble with the math. And, I'm not that good at math, but the 4 and 5%, given the numbers that you gave in answer to the questions, I'm not getting it. I mean, it looks more like 30% to me of growth.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, could we go through those programs? I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I'm just not getting the 4 to 5% growth that you're predicting, given the individual programs and the numbers that you gave in
Mhm.
response to your questions. It seems much higher than that to me. The lowest seemed to be about 10, 12%, and the highest more like 40%.
Sure, we can do that. I mean, I'm not good at math either. So athletic training, 2-year program, 25 students per cohort. Again, we would love to have more, but we don't believe that that's going to happen. We'd love to have 40 in each cohort. So if we want, we could estimate an increase to 40, so that would be 2 cohorts, 40 students, 80 total. Physical therapy, 33 to 40, a 4-year program, so that's 160 students. Occupational therapy, a 3-year program, 35 students to 48 max. Physician assistant, 3-year.
I'm sorry, is occupational therapy, that's
3-year
1 year, 2
program.
years?
3.
3 years.
So it's 48 times 3, correct?
PA, 3-year program, 35 students to 48. And speech language pathology, 2-year program, 42 to 48.
So we have 40 students times 2 cohorts. The PT students are how many students for?
40.
40 for how many years?
4 years?
So that's 160. And then you have OT is 48 times 3, and you do PA 48 times 3, and speech language 48 times 2. You add those
Correct.
up. That's 80, 160, that's 240. 4390. 40, it's about 640. That's about what I get. Thereabouts.
Plus the PhDs. You got the PhDs in there?
No.
So there's 75.
Yeah,
P-
that
P-
doesn't really change. If anything, it goes down.
But the 75 PhD students are included in the count of 560
Yes.
of the current enrollment.
Right.
Right, so you have to add 75.
Which reminds me of a scene from Apollo 13.
Yeah.
I don't have a calculator, I would figure
That's
it
what I
out.
need. All
All right, so it's five.
So I think it's,
560.
Rusty, you had that math, but you have to add 75 to your math. So, I mean, we don't have to do this as we're going, but I think you're right. There's a pretty big gap there between those two numbers.
A couple of things I'm hearing from the applicant, the witnesses, that one is that the growth, a lot of the growth is going to occur before they even move there into the Marylawn property, and the other is that the space is limited, and so that's the driving force of how much they can grow anyway.
Right. It's 308 seats.
Right.
308 butts in seats.
Right.
At one time.
At one time.
Right.
You
So
agree?
yeah.
That's.
Plus, I guess, the lounge area for the cafeteria.
You have the cafeteria, I suppose, where they could have overflow if they wanted. That's not probably not going to happen. Mr. Rinde,
I
you
don't think
look
the
like you want to
cafeteria
yeah.
could be used because there's no equipment. We can put anything in there.
Right.
All right, I think that answers my question. I mean, based upon the way I'm looking at it, from today to the future, you're really projecting about 20% growth, but you're limited by the 308 seats.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I want to be clear that the 308 is a limit for a moment in time. There are weekends, there are nights, and there are scheduling, right? And so, you know, I think part of the complexity of this, I think this is the higher math that we've all been struggling with, which is 308 is an absolute limit of people who can be sitting in class, but the way you use that 308, the amount of turnover you can push through that 308, the way you can schedule into that 308 will determine the number of students you can enroll in the school, not the 308.
Right.
308 is one factor.
308 is.
But it isn't the answer.
Well, 308 is a snapshot at any one time.
Any
But it could be
one-
308 for, one day a week, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's the reason this is quite complex, and I think that's why your testimony is so important in this, right? Because it's hard to know what that 308 translates into overall.
I think Susan.
Ms. Gruhl.
Dean, you mentioned that there's accreditation that you go through. I was just wondering whether the accreditation evaluation has mentioned anything about the physical aspects of your program, whether they've made any suggestions about how the program is operated and whether it has any impact on the potential relocation and consolidation of the program to the Marylawn site.
I think that when the site visitors come to evaluate the program on site, they ask both the faculty, the staff, administration, and students about the program. And one of the threads that we hear from many accrediting bodies is the fact that we are all over the campus and that there's no identity for the school. When they speak to clinical supervisors, they rave about our students because of their educational competence to go out in the field and be able to potentially work with patients. But space is always an issue that's addressed because they know, based on admission data that we have to provide, how many applications, how many acceptances, how many denials. Many of them believe that we should be able to accept more students, but one of the main threads is this whole interprofessional education piece, where we bring students together to work in teams, to prepare them to work in teams, to work with patients and their families when they get out. And so we have created a Center for Interprofessional Education, which many of the accrediting bodies are pleased to see because we are looking to the future and preparing our students to become interprofessionally minded healthcare providers. But the accrediting people do say that there's no opportunity necessarily to bring all these students together to develop an interprofessional curriculum, and the Marylawn property will help us do that because all of the students at a given time will be together. When we do the larger events, we do those on the campus. The simulation lab, the clinical skills center that we don't have now on our campus that we could have at Mary Lawn will advance our reputation. And again, we do very well with the accrediting bodies. All of our programs become reaccredited. Many don't receive any commendation, how should I say, citations, because we're doing a good job. But they do want to see us be able to grow, have the adequate resources, and most importantly, have a branding for that particular program within the organizational structure of the School of Health and Medical Sciences, i.e. a building.
Thank you.
Mr. Rinda.
Yeah, one question I have is regarding the seating capacity and how it was calculated or determined. Is it done based on the architect's layout of the rooms, based on the facilities that you need to incorporate into those rooms for those particular uses, or is it based on an overall use, like how many people are permitted by code to be in a room that is, say, 200 square feet or 300 square feet?
We engage in a number of focused group discussions with the architectural team and our facilities team. And so my team was brought in, our department chairs were brought in, key faculty who might have an impact in the simulation lab and the gross anatomy lab. We all talked together to talk about the kinds of things and the activities that need to be done in the spaces. So while a dynamic classroom would have 48 seats, that's based on even the types of activities going on in that space. So we're not talking about the traditional desks, we're talking about group tables to work in. And so when we had those focus groups, we talked about the kinds of things that we wanted to do in that space. And then from there, the architectural and facilities team decided, based on that configuration, how many seats could fit in that space. I don't want to take the architect's testimony, but again, it wasn't just you have 200 square feet and this is how many desks you can fit in. We talked about the kinds of things we needed to do. So in the gross anatomy lab, we talked about groups of students working together, being able to see what other students are doing a little ways down in that space. Video screens so that they could look at what the instructions were for the particular lab. So again, it was a very collaborative process.
So the seating capacity that you have then is based on your anticipated use of the space and the equipment, desks?
Plinth tables, those
Things
long
that you-
tables with the cushions on top so that students can lay down and practice on each other, manipulating legs and arms and splinting fingers.
Okay, so that number, though, isn't the absolute maximum capacity that can legally, by code, be the number of people in a room. That's the number of people that you anticipate in the room based on how the room will function
I
for
think
the
I would
programs.
prefer to defer to the architect to answer that particular question.
I apologize, I do
It's okay.
have another question. We're going to have testimony in the future about parking and traffic, and we're going to get into a ton of details about that. But I'm interested in your perspective as dean of the school on the impact the limited parking situation will have on you recruiting, retaining students, and generally students' happiness. And you know we've had a bit of confusing testimony so far, and I'm sure we're going to sort it out about how you're going to allocate 101 student parking passes. We have written testimony that says only 101 will be issued and no more, which is one scenario, which means that in aggregate, there'd be another 400 or 500 students who would not get passes to site and who would just know they can't come to site. I'm wondering how you think that would work. You know, how many students would be lining up outside your office as dean saying, I had a pass when I was on the main campus, why can't I have a pass here? The second scenario, which would be if the university followed the program they have at the main campus now, which is to give out more parking passes than there are spots, assuming that people will be coming and going and contending for those spots. But in your case, that would mean there'd be a lot of times they'd come to campus and to the site and not find a spot and circle and finally go off rumbling back, I guess, to Seton Hall to park and then take the shuttle bus back. What's the impact on your program of those scenarios? How do you think they help or hurt your program?
Again, these are adult students, and so I don't think that as long as we are upfront with them to say, yes, we're in a new building called SHMS, there isn't adequate parking, but there is adequate parking on the campus, I don't believe that that will impact their decision whether to accept our admission offer or not, because our students are coming because it's Seton Hall, it's South Orange, and it's that program's reputation. So I really don't believe that the fact that they can't park 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, if they're a speech pathology student at Marylawn, is going to have any impact on their desire to come to the speech language pathology program.
Well, I think you were alluding to the previous case where students had to park far off the main campus and would have to walk a considerable distance. Here, they would just simply park in the neighborhood and walk a block.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, we don't know.
Right.
They will either be super rule abiding and take the shuttle, which I wouldn't do, or park in the neighborhood. And that's, and Mr. Garabini, I think, was fair enough. He said, we're not sure exactly what they will do, but the
And
shuttle
we really
is
haven't
the
talked about how we would allocate those.
But to follow up on what Mr. Parlapiano was saying, if there's only 100 issued, what happens if through some quirk of scheduling, none of those 100 people have class scheduled on one day, and there's still other people who have class, then it seems crazy then that they can't use the parking spaces. You see where we're going with this. 100 is a tough number to be absolute about and get maximum use out of those spaces. I mean, from a scheduling point of view, it's almost impossible for you because...
Right, but remember what I said for one program, speech pathology, they're there Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 cohorts of 40 students. That's 80 right there.
Right, so if we just look at it dumb, like I like to, if you gave out all 80 parking spaces to those people,
right,
on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there'd be no students parking in the lot.
No speech pathology students parking in the lot.
No students, because there'd only be 20 permits left for other people. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Again, we haven't even talked about how we would necessarily allocate them, to whom we'd allocate them to. Senior level, advanced students who are in the building more often, like physical therapy, the longest program. Again, and we have a parking department on campus that would potentially work with us and with the university.
The reason I asked is that we've had, I think at this point, contradictory testimony on this issue. So we had testimony earlier in this case and in the previous case for the parking deck on the main campus, that students don't want to ride shuttles, that the option of off-site parking is a big deterrent in recruiting students and retaining students, and that the convenience of parking is a critical factor in running a successful program. And I think, your testimony now is it's no big deal, right?
Well, these are graduate students, so I don't know what the general statements about parking that were made. I'm not necessarily sure that they pertain to our students, but maybe pertain to undergraduate students. Undergraduate students have a whole different sense of maturity. Our students are mature. They're, average age 29, or 28, I think I said. So again, we don't have students complaining that they can't find parking, and therefore they're not coming to Seton Hall.
I think we're asking the dean a bit going beyond.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I prefaced
I was just going to say, let's defer to the parking.
As the person whose door they may be lining up outside of it.
Yeah, they'll come and complain to him, but he's not the parking
They only line up if they're
guru.
dismissed.
And Seton Hall's not going to be obtuse here and just give out 100 parking passes, and then if you don't have a pass, you can't park, and they're going to keep the lot empty. That's not going to happen. They will figure it out. They're not stupid. So they'll, but yes, it does say 100 parking passes,
Right.
but I don't,
Because what I'm getting at is, it would be simpler from a scheduling point of view, if the shuttle is not an issue, to have no student parking on that campus. Then you wouldn't have a situation where the parking was not utilized on a certain day. Then you could build less parking, because you're only providing the parking for the staff.
right, but then Mr. Garabini also said that students like to park near.
No, I understand.
Well, and
but
that's
as
human
Mr.
nature.
But as Mr. Parlapiano said, I think we've gotten conflicting testimony. So maybe we'll get that cleared up when we get to the traffic part. So I'll hold till then.
All right, any other questions? Okay, members of the public, do you have any questions for the dean?
Make sure you talk right into that microphone.
Okay, is that better?
I don't think it's on.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it was on before, just the wire.
It's on.
My name's Sandra Keurig, 105 North Ridgewood Road, and former PA student at Seton Hall. I wanted to clarify a couple things you talked about. You talked about specifically the PA students on the first year cohort being on campus, the first year only. But isn't it true that they come back to campus at least once a month?
I know they come back to campus for callback day, but I'm not exactly sure how often they come back.
Right, so they come back for pretty much a full day,
Right.
once a month. And also, you mentioned in July and August, things are pretty quiet, and there wouldn't be classes. But doesn't the PA program start for the second-year students in August, early August?
Well, their clinical rotations may start in early August.
No, they start an FCM
Again,
class.
when did you graduate?
I didn't graduate.
Oh, you're a current student.
No, I'm not a student.
You're not a student, okay. Again, without taking a look at the formal curriculum for PA, I can't
Right.
can't
They
truthfully
start
answer
back
that
in
question.
August, the first week in August.
Mhm.
So they have class all through August. And also, they have visiting professors that come to those teach those classes. So there are going to be a number of people throughout the day that come for those classes also to
Well,
teach.
many of our programs, because of the number of full-time faculty, we have needs for adjunct faculty. So adjunct faculty do come to campus periodically, some as guest speakers, and others in other types of formats.
Right. And what about, I know when I was a student, we would have study sessions in the evenings or tutoring sessions or be able to use these skills sessions in the evenings. Would that be
Again,
accommodated?
if that's what the PA program does now, I don't know whether they do it in the evenings or what.
Right.
I'm not familiar with specific activities of what each program does.
Right, but you're saying that it wouldn't be used in the evening. a lot
Well, it
of
may
times.
not be used in the evenings if we move to Marylawn. We don't know what, we don't know how that program functions now necessarily with study sessions. There is a library, there is a main campus as well.
Right.
So as far as I'm concerned, there will not necessarily be multi-use of Marylawn in the evening hours, as I said previously.
Okay, because the skill rooms used to be open in the evenings, and we were able to use them.
Okay, we're talking about a clinical skills center where actors come in.
No,
So that's different
no,
than
no,
the clinical
practical
skills classroom.
A clinical
Right.
skills classroom,
Right,
just to come
right.
in and use the facility and practice.
Right. Well, again, I don't know specifically what they use in the evening on our main campus, but I do know that they use during the day a particular designated classroom that was just developed about a year ago, so you may not even be familiar with the clinical skills classroom in Mooney Hall now
Yeah.
that the PA program uses.
Okay. And the other things, my last question is, you say that you're committed to South Orange, you like the town. What is the residency of the faculty and administration of the School of Medical Sciences?
I don't have those data available.
You have no idea. You had it for the students. You don't know if anybody lives in town or in
Well, I was
Essex County?
specifically informed that I might be asked the number of students that reside in South Orange, Essex County, and out of state, but I wasn't asked to necessarily prepare to provide the residencies of my faculty and staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Brian Gottesman, 22 Harrison Court in South Orange. I had 2 questions for you. I heard you describe that that because of the seating capacity of 308 students specifically, that there wouldn't be a growth, therefore, of population on the campus. But you also described a growth in the program for electronic learning, outreach learning, and I wonder if you could give me an estimate on the increase in the amount of administration and faculty and IT support that would be involved in growing that part of the program, let's say over the next 10 years.
You're talking about online education?
Yeah.
Again, primarily, many of our current full-time faculty do some online delivery within their current assigned program. And so, for example, if we were to do an advanced certificate in speech-language pathology online, we probably would have our current faculty do that delivery online. So it wouldn't be that we would be hiring a separate set of faculty to deliver, full-time faculty to deliver an online program.
So you would increase the amount of responsibility and classwork that they're doing on top of their current schedule.
Or we would, again, if we would duplicate a course and deliver it online as opposed to on campus, then you might have, for example, in a curriculum, you might identify 18 credits of a master's curriculum and you create a certificate program so that students could sign in online while that course is being delivered on campus at the same time. Or it could be asynchronous so that the students could take the course at a time that it's not being delivered on the campus.
Okay. So you don't anticipate any growth in administration staff as you expand that part of the program?
No. No. And in fact, there is plans within Marylawn to have an IT type of setup because much of what we teach didactically and clinically in our programs requires IT. We do have an ITV room on our main campus where we do, not we, but the university uses for online delivery of courses. So we wouldn't necessarily create our own ITV room. We already have one on campus.
Okay. And then my second question, and so much has been made about the capacity of the rooms being the hard line, that there's only so much growth of the population of that space because of those rooms. And you've also said that you don't know yet what the plans are for the Graves House, and there isn't any plan at this time. Is that right?
I have not been involved in any discussions about the Graves House as it relates to my school.
Sure, okay. My understanding is the house is somewhere in the ballpark of 6-7K square feet. Is there any reason why you couldn't use that house once a decision is made about what it might be used for as instructional space?
Again, in our working with our facilities and architectural team, there's been no discussion whatsoever about the use of the Graves House. And again,
I'm not
never been in
debating
the
if you've had
Graves
any
House,
discussions.
Seen it, but I can't answer the question on how it could be used for my school.
But is there any reason why that space could not be used for instruction?
He just said he couldn't answer the question.
I can't answer the question. I don't know anything about the Graves House.
Okay.
Other than that it's next to the school building. I've never been in it.
Thank you.
We have other questions.
I have a few questions. So just to follow up on that last one, to start, so you haven't discussed the possibility of putting the faculty, for instance, in the house and having more classroom space to increase
No, the
their
only thing I
capacity?
heard about Graves House is a certain number of offices that don't even meet the number that we have for faculty. So that would be just replicating what we have now, where we have a building with the majority of the faculty and administrators, and another building with faculty and department chairs. So again, we're trying to bring our personnel together in one facility called Marylawn. There's been no discussion whatsoever about the use of the Graves House for the School of Health and Medical Sciences.
And can you confirm the PhD program is the only program that has part-time students?
Yes.
The other programs are completely full-time?
Full-time. Lockstep cohort programs.
Okay. You said that you have agreements with hundreds of facilities?
Right.
For the clinical, and 4 are in South Orange.
Yeah.
Is there any other area that has more than 4, that has a concentration of these that might make
No, because
other sense?
we have agreements with some of the major health systems, whether it's Atlantic, Hackensack, and those health systems, private schools, public schools, private practices of physicians. So there, again, we have about 500 total clinical affiliation agreements. In this area, the tri-state area, and around the country, some of our PT students can go to Colorado. We have international opportunities for students to travel overseas to do a clinical experience. But I was trying to make a correlation between the fact that we do have some collaborations with clinical partners in South Orange. We have some in Maplewood and the surrounding communities, as well as other counties in New Jersey.
But they're spread all over. So
All
the fact
over.
that there's 4 in South Orange, that's not a significant number. Or
No,
a
but I wanted to make
significant
the link
concentration.
that we do have a community collaboration with some South Orange partners.
And I'm not familiar with the St. Michael's facility. Is that a possibility? Does that make sense to look at that facility to house this school?
No, because I believe they have some challenges about their campus and what they're going to be doing with that because of the healthcare challenges. So we talked to them a number of years ago, and it just did not work out in terms of planning. And again, to be so far from the South Orange campus disengages our faculty who have collaborative research with faculty on a South Orange campus and with students. So again, that wasn't the best opportunity.
Okay. And this might not be a question for you, but do you know if Seton Hall considered putting any other program that perhaps is not as large as your program in this facility? Make more sense?
I don't know that since my school is in the planning process with the team now to move to Maryland. So I don't know the answer to that. But I'm thrilled that we were selected.
I was looking at the schedule. It looked like Tuesday nights, if I was reading that correctly, there's still 100 and something students projected between a couple PT lectures and the PhD and something else?
Well, there is some schedule that goes down from physical therapy, but that could also be that the students are in that lab that's scheduled, but they may not use it in the late evening hours. They use it for practice primarily. And so, yeah, it says 196. So, for example, the lecture class in speech-language pathology could potentially be moved to 8 in the morning in a similar capacity classroom or moved to a different day. Again, what we tried to do is take our current schedule and put it in to the Mary Lawn plan.
Okay. But is there any reason to think that you wouldn't just transfer that schedule over and use the facility?
Well, I don't think our students our speech students, for example, want to arrive at 8 and leave at 8:30. It's not necessarily realistic. We tried to figure out how to fit our current schedule in. Again, we're trying to maximize the space.
Exactly, which is why I would find it very surprising that you would not be using
Right.
that space in the evening. You've got extra capacity. You could put another cohort. You could put an evening part-time cohort.
Well, no part-time cohorts other than the PhD program,
Not right now, but you're looking at alternative means for delivery.
but not for not alternative delivery for our current full-time programs. I'm talking about creating a certificate program or a different type of degree program that would solely be online, not adding more on-campus didactic face-to-face degree programs, because as you can see, we've maxed out the space.
But you haven't in the evening, and that's what I'm trying to understand, what the potential is for down the road, how you might want to
Well,
use that
remember,
space.
the majority of those 5 programs that are professional, full-time graduate programs, those students have to go off campus to clinic. So for them to go off campus to clinic Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and to bring them back at 6 o'clock at night after putting in a full day with a caseload it's just,
I don't want to
that
belabor
doesn't
the point. I'm
maximize the
just-
educational experience for anybody.
You alluded to the fact that you would need accreditation to be able to expand the programs beyond. What's your success rate been with that before when you've requested?
For PA, we haven't requested it yet. For PT, we haven't requested it yet. For speech, we don't need to. For athletic training, remember that's the program that's had some challenges in enrollment. And OT, we have to demonstrate that if we want to grow significantly from what we have now to what we hope to become, we have to demonstrate through an accreditation document and a possible site visit that we have the adequate space, faculty, resources, and equipment. And that doesn't happen overnight.
It's not overnight, but
Right.
there's no reason to think that that wouldn't happen
Right.
if you had the
It
facilities
could.
to do that.
Sure.
Okay. And have you thought about what happens when you do need additional parking, where you might expand buying other properties in the area?
I'm not an authority on purchasing additional property, or I'm not an expert on parking, so I can't answer that question.
You mentioned that these are adult students, and you gave some statistics before, but I didn't quite catch them. It sounded like most of them are graduate students. The average age is about...
They're all graduate students.
And, well, you had some that were coming right from undergrad who haven't really finished. They've
They've
never
been
had a
guaranteed
life
admission.
outside of
Right,
undergrad,
right.
presumably.
Yeah.
And do you know what percentage of the graduate students come directly from undergraduate?
I do not. Every year it's different. The university accepts X number of freshmen in the Bio-PT program, the Bio-PA program. By the time they get to what we track them through their freshman, sophomore, junior years with the undergraduate college, but it's not till their junior year when they move into our program do we have a number of students that are eligible. If they don't have a certain GPA, they don't move. They close out their undergraduate degree, they graduate, and they have to apply as an external student. So these are high-level, high-achieving, scholarshiped students.
But not necessarily students with high experience in the rest of the world who know how to be mature adults,
Well,
if they've come directly from undergraduate.
but again, these are students who receive top scholarships from the university, who are probably top students in their
I'm not saying they're not
graduating
smart.
class.
I'm just saying
Right.
that they don't necessarily understand what it is to have children sleeping at 8 o'clock at night
Oh, I
or
think they
to
do.
interfere with the
Let's
neighborhood.
try to keep it to a question. The maturity, he said the average age was 28, and there's variation. We understand that. Try to keep it to a question.
Done with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dean. Would the university accept a restriction if this board were to consider imposing a condition, a restriction on nighttime classes?
I can't speak for the university administration.
Well, can you speak for your school?
Well, as I said, the majority of our classes run from 8 to about 6. So, again, if there was a restriction, then we would have to abide by the restriction and make alternate plans for classes that could potentially operate at a minimum after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, again, it's not a question for the dean to answer as to whether the university at the end of the day would accept a restriction like that.
Okay, for the people listening on the TV who couldn't hear that, Mr. Coakley, why don't you repeat what you said?
It's not a question fairly put to the dean as far as whether the university would accept such a restriction. I mean, he certainly has given his testimony about how the school operates.
Well, let me revise the question then, because I thought he answered the question by saying he could live with it. If a
well,
condition were imposed like that...
I wouldn't want to have to live with it, but, you know, I'm not going to have classes scheduled when I'm told that I can't. I mean,
Okay. Thank you.
I think Mr. Garbini actually addressed that previously.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I know we're all tired. Janet Scrobe, 425 Oast Avenue. The reason for proposing the use of your school at the property that's presently known as the Mary Lawn is?
Consolidation of operations. We're in 5 different buildings on the campus. There's no branding of our school. Students say they love their curriculum, but they don't have a home called SHMS, like the College of Nursing, the Stillman School of Business, the College of Education, for example.
The quantity of students attending Seton Hall is the whole campus.
Is what?
What is the quantity of students that attend Seton
I
Hall?
think we're up to 10, 11,000 now?
Just
Under 10?
That's very good. The percentage of your school in comparison?
Figure it out.
We got the math. We've got all the people who don't like
but
math.
again, we're a graduate school. So of those 10,000, we actually receive the largest number of applications to our school. We receive about 1,000 applications a year. So we are the largest graduate program on the campus that receives the largest number of applications across all the other graduate programs. So we're solely a graduate professional school.
Which, remind me, was 560
60.
out of the 10,000, okay. And then the quantity of other schools on the campus?
I think, are we about 49 and 41%, I think, graduate, undergraduate, again?
No, I mean different schools. I know there's the law school.
Right, the law school, and so in the College of Education, there are graduate programs and undergraduate programs. In the College of Nursing, there are undergraduate and graduate programs. In the College of Arts and Sciences, there are undergrad and grad. In the School of Health and Medical Sciences, graduate.
Okay. And you're one of
6.
6 schools?
5 schools. Law, Arts and Science, College of Ed, Nursing, Diplomacy and International Relations.
Okay. So let's take nursing. I'm sorry?
There's about 9.
9.
Okay.
I don't worry about my school.
Is there any overlap in facilities or instructors or classrooms with nursing?
No.
There's no overlap with nursing?
No.
Okay. And law is?
Separate.
Separate.
Off campus.
Off campus. Do other schools on campus have buildings dedicated to their use?
Right. So there's a building called Jubilee Hall that is known to house the Stillman School of Business and the College of Education and Human Services. There is a building called the College of Nursing. There is a building that houses the College of Arts and Sciences. Of course, it's the largest one, so you can imagine not just one building, but there are a few buildings because they have the largest number of students total, undergrad and grad.
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of the academic units called schools or colleges on the Seton Hall campus have their own building, their own physical space by their name.
So I know any other question about strategic planning and other things that might have come before the board are not part of your expertise?
Right.
Okay. The PhD program, you said was after hours?
That's a part-time program. The students that are enrolled in that are working professionals. So those students, those part-time students, either enroll in 1 or 2 courses, and typically they enroll in 1 just because they don't have enough time in their daily schedule to enroll in more than 1. And so they will come to campus and probably 1 day a week and have a course from 4:30 to 6:10 or something like that.
So if they're a working professional, 4:30 is probably on the early side?
Yeah, but again, we have students that get permission because their employer is paying their tuition to get a PhD with a specialization in health professions leadership. So they might be a hospital CEO, or they might be an occupational therapist that wants to get a PhD. So those students do come to campus later in the day.
And then you're saying up till about 10 o'clock?
No, not really. Earlier than that.
Oh, I thought you said 10.
No, earlier, about 9:30.
9:30, 10,
9:20,
by the time there.
yeah.
Okay, and then you said summer classes. Would the summer classes be, I mean, typically things are condensed in the summer, so if you're
Yeah, so
taking
we have
the-
a condensed schedule for all of our programs. So the PhD program does not run in the summer.
Mhm.
So our summer session begins the day after university commencement, which I believe this year was May 20th, and we usually end either right before or right after July 4th. 6-week.
with some question as to whether there might be other classes from another participant of the audience.
Right, but that individual referenced the program that she was in at that particular time, and I don't have the specifics of every study session or every recitation session that a program might decide to do for a certain set of students. I just don't have the specificity.
The classes that are at St. Michael's,
It's one class.
that's just the class that you use the morgue for?
Right.
And which schools?
It's all of our programs except speech pathology and the PhD program. So those students go down to St. Michael's, they have their laboratory, they have their didactic class on the campus. So one set of students might go down on Mondays, another set on Wednesdays, another set of students on Thursday. So they have their anatomy lab there. And
With
our faculty
your
member
teacher?
goes there.
Right, with your teacher. And is that every day that something's happening at St. Michael's?
No, it's usually 3 days a week, and it's a cohort on Mondays, a cohort on Wednesdays, and a cohort on Tuesdays or Thursdays. Different students. So the OT cohort may go on Mondays, the PA cohort may go on Tuesdays, and the PT students may go on Thursdays for the lab portion of the course. The didactic face-to-face lecture is held on the campus. This is just a laboratory experience.
Okay. Do you see any reason why neighbors might object to certain classes being held in a residential area?
No.
No. When we refer to morgue or cadavers or...
Well, the cadavers they will be delivered once a semester and picked up at the end of the semester. They will be stored in their own sealed, locked, refrigerated container.
Lovely.
I know.
Mhm.
But these are students that we're training to work with people who have medical conditions that are impacted by damage to their body. So our students need to be able to see
and
experience.
I can appreciate that.
I understand.
In the neighborhood might be a different
I get
issue.
it.
When you described I know you're not the parking expert, but when you described the frequency of travel to the school, you referred to basically that a bulk of the students are going to be parking in the parking on campus, and there would be transportation going back and forth.
That's what I've heard. Yes.
That's your understanding?
That's my understanding.
But that's not under your control?
It is not.
That's not under your control.
I'm sure I would be in the conversation to help the university decide with my team how we would allocate those parking spaces. I would hope I would. We've been collaborative for 15 years.
Right. Okay. All right. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And after we're through with the questions for Dean Schulman, we'll take a break.
Good evening, good evening.
Excuse me?
I reside right 63 Stewart. I'm like right on the line. I have 4 small children, and there's other neighbors with small children. I'm sorry, there's other neighbors with children in the neighborhood. I live, like I said, 4 small children right there. I know there's a lot about the parking that you just can't answer, and that's really critical, because that's going to be like building, right? 101 spaces, because Scotland is a very busy place with nothing. So even with an additional 101 spaces and shuttling,
you need to
I
ask a
understand.
question.
Where would you zone, or when would we know what's going to be the issue with that? And also in the last meeting, there was mention of the Grace House possibly being used for events and multi-use. These are like questions that, when do you think we can kind of
I
get
can't
something
answer
on
either
that?
one of your questions because I'm not a
we really
parking
would
traffic
need that, because that's
expert,
impacting.
But I believe there will be a parking traffic expert at the next
next meeting.
Right. And the Grace House, again, for the 3rd time, I have not been a part of any discussion related to the Graves House.
Okay, but at the next point, you think we will, at that juncture, we will have that? Some closure on those.
defer to Mr. Coakley.
Some closure on those issues.
There has been testimony about the Graves House, and that it has not been investigated yet. The university doesn't own it, but it's potentially set aside as university office space.
Okay.
That's its potential use, and parking spaces are set aside in this plan for that use.
Any events, like visiting or events in the evening,
I think
possibly?
Mr. Garbini testified that there had been, in the past, some community desire to have events in the Graves House.
Okay.
And he didn't rule that out as a possibility going forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
My name's Holly Gautier. I live at 224 Warwick in South Orange. I have 3 quick questions, and maybe this has been said, but I don't know the answer. Where's the library for this program?
We have a university library on the main campus.
So the students would not be using it at the Marylawn site?
No.
Okay. And where would you anticipate the faculty for this program to be?
In the Marylawn site.
In the Marylawn site. And another final question. You're going to go, students who maybe on the busiest day are going to go from 8 to 3, 8 to 4. Do they go nonstop? Do they have an opportunity for lunch?
Yeah, they do. We do give them a break, maybe not a 1-hour lunch break, but they do have the opportunity to have a break.
I guess where my question was going, if we're, and maybe this is really whatever, but there are 308 possibility of 308 individuals being on campus, students being on campus at any one time. But if some of them are having lunch, then somebody else could be doing something else, so it could be more. Is that correct?
No.
It could be 325.
I don't think anyone's going to come to the Marylawn campus just for lunch.
No,
unless they've
I
been in the
understand, but
class.
there could be crossover. In other words, this cohort, I suppose the word group, this cohort would be eating lunch, and somebody else would be taking their place in a classroom.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
potentially it could be more than 308
No.
people. No?
No. There's the maximum number of.
And that includes in the cafeteria?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I thought there were
Right.
150 in the cafeteria.
There are
Is that part of
145, I
whatever.
believe, in the cafeteria.
And that included the 300, was included in the 308 people,
Well,
students?
no, but if you're talking about lunch, if you look at the schedule, I'm looking right now randomly on Tuesdays, there is not a whole lot of time for lunch between 11:30 and 1:30 on Tuesdays if we apply this exact schedule.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I was just trying to understand if there was a way that you could.
You could have more than 308
Yes,
in there?
yes,
No, because students are not going to stop at Marylawn unless they're at Marylawn for lunch.
But I'm thinking if, well, all right, never mind. But it seems like it potentially could be feasible, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask, I think, follow up. Is the average student going to be there the whole day when they're there?
It'll depend on the cohort and the program. Physical therapy, I would say probably. Speech pathology, 2 days a week, probably. PA, no.
If you had a cohort that was there half a day and they hung out for lunch, while other students were in classes, then you might have more than that 308 people.
Those students would probably either grab something and leave to get to their clinic site by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We have other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back for the architect. Are we back on yet? Okay, so we're back, and we will continue with the session. What we generally like to do is try to wrap up at around 11. If we need to go a little bit beyond that, that's okay, or some natural breaking point, but we'll see how it goes. I don't think we've ever gone past midnight ever in the decade or so that I've been serving. So, we're looking in that range.
Yeah, I don't think we should. I mean, I think we should be done by 11.
Okay.
Hopefully. Okay. All right, Michael Shatkin.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give here this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Shatkin. My office is located at 337 Witherspoon Street, Princeton, New Jersey.
All right, Mr. Shatkin, what is your profession?
I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey.
All right, and have you been involved in the preparation of the plans for the conversion of the Mary Lawn facility to the use of Seton Hall?
I have been involved in the preparation of the plans for this facility.
All right. And could you just give the board an idea of what was the process in doing that?
We should probably do the qualified, just.
Okay. All
very
right.
quickly.
You've been qualified as an expert witness by different boards, planning boards, et cetera?
Have been qualified as an expert witness by a number of planning boards in New Jersey, as well as a number of zoning boards, and I was qualified by this board in the past as an expert witness.
All right, I'd like to offer him as an expert.
We have any
Field
questions
of architecture?
about Mr. Shatkin's expertise in architecture? No? Okay, we recognize you as an expert. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so what was the process leading to the ultimate design of the facility?
Our planning group met with the dean and with members of his administrative staff and went through a series of focus group discussions talking about the academic programs and the types of facilities that they currently have, as well as the types of facilities that other institutions have for programs of this type, and began to look not only back at the university's current facilities, but actually what would be considered state-of-the-art facilities for programs of this type.
And are you familiar with higher education facilities from your practice?
Our practice has been in existence for upwards of 32 years, and during that course of time, a major component of our work has been higher education, and a good portion of it has been for facilities of this type.
Right. And what was your overall conclusion as to the facilities that Seton Hall presently has in terms of their appropriateness for the educational function?
Well, one of the observations that we made was that the facilities that they currently have, as the dean has addressed, are divided amongst a number of buildings. But the other factor, which is at odds with the quality of the programs that they provide, is that a lot of the facilities are what I would describe as more generic spaces that have been pressed into service for this use, and that their facilities are not the facilities that peer institutions would have and that programs of this type would normally have, and that's again at odds with the programs that they offer. The facilities are not at the same level, especially when consideration is given to the types of interdisciplinary learning experiences and the types of learning experiences going beyond the didactic learning that the facilities, particularly on campus, don't meet that set of requirements.
So you see a betterment in the facilities accompanying this move?
We certainly see the two goals. One was the goal that the dean described in getting everyone consolidated under one roof, all the faculty members and all of the programs, to afford an interdisciplinary approach to as well as the facilities that would provide a betterment and be able to give them skills learning environments and clinical and simulation labs, which are at the present time limited on the main campus. And the one simulation laboratory facility is at UMDNJ, and its continued use, and especially its use is very limited to only one of the program elements.
Right, and just to pick up a question that was raised before about the 308, I'll call them seats in the facility. How was that number of seats derived?
The 308 seats were derived by looking at the academic programs that were being offered, and also looking at the space that was available and the space demands of, and we basically were able to validate that the Marion Lawn building was large enough to accommodate the program, and that the 308 seats, with the diversity of use that the dean described, would be sufficient to accommodate their total student number, and that's coming from the dean and coming from the faculty. But basically what we did is we modeled what could be achieved in relationship to these needs, and then it was compared to the program and found to be adequate.
Now, if it were another type of educational facility, let's say it was a high school, would there be more or less seating capacity?
Another market segment that our office participates in is the design of primary education facilities and high schools and schools like the prior use. And what I can say is that the density, the per square foot per pupil is considerably higher in that environment than what occurs when you have specialized spaces like the spaces that I'll describe when I get into the description of the floor plan. That the amount of people that can be accommodated when you have these specialized functions for OT, physical therapy, and all the other programs that the dean described, as well as the simulation environments, that they take a lot of square feet away. So the square feet per pupil in this particular use is less than one might expect in a primary education facility.
So the 308 seats is not derived at all by virtue of the overall capacity or size of the building.
The 300, the size of the building is very much dependent. I'm sorry, the capacity of the building is there's all sorts of ways in which the capacity could be stretched, but not in relationship to the intended use. Again, the best example is if it was another school and you had tablet armchairs lined up within these spaces rather than the kinds of things that are being proposed, then the occupancy would be far greater. And you could go on to speculate about all the different things that could occur in a room, but in relationship to this particular use, the 308 is the functional capacity of this building for Seton Hall's program.
All right. Now, let's divide what's going to be done into three categories. First, let's consider what's required from a systems life safety standpoint. And could you explain that component to the board?
There basically are three categories of the improvements. You can kind of characterize the improvements as falling into three buckets. The first bucket I'll describe as life safety, things that relate to egress and fire safety within the building, and they're all code requirements. And with that, I'm also including 8 ADA improvements. That's one of the significant undertakings in terms of improvements that Seton Hall will be undertaking in order to improve this building for occupancy. The second category is the issue of the building systems, the mechanical system, the electrical system, the plumbing system, and the building envelope. I think we heard testimony before from Dennis Garbini about the nature of the building. It has been, well maintained, but it's very much an early 60s building in terms of all of those systems. None of the systems have been upgraded, so as a result, a big category of improvements will be upgrading and replacing the systems. And with regard to the exterior envelope of the building is right at the point now where masonry repairs can be accomplished without, significant reconstruction. But as you move forward in time, the building, if repairs are not undertaken at this time, then the repairs would be, far greater. But one of the categories is repairs to the exterior envelope, which will be replacing windows that are single-pane windows with thermal-pane windows, and repairing brick lintels and brick. And these are all things that fall into that second category. And then the third category is the category of programmatic improvements, those things that go within the building in order to create the specialized spaces that are contemplated for this use.
So in terms of hierarchy of cost, what's the greatest cost of these items?
Well, we basically took a cross-section through all three buckets and said how much of this is devoted to building systems replacement and stabilization and code related things such as ADA, and came to the rough conclusion that's roughly about 2/3 of the cost and work that's involved in bringing this building into an occupiable condition.
All right, so
Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah.
Is the building currently sprinklered?
The building is, I can get into that code thing. The code thing is, the building is not currently sprinklered. It does not have, I'll say, adequate egress in terms of stairway configuration. It does not have fire alarms. It does not have the ADA access in terms of elevators and chair lifts that are required by the various. So that's the broad cross-section of that, one of those buckets.
all right, and the balance of the third would be related to what?
The balance of the third is just the programmatic fit-outs that Seton Hall would do specific to its use. That's unique to the Seton Hall use, and 2/3 represent use that I think any one who is contemplating renewing the building and pressing it into service as a fully functional building in terms of systems and code compliance would face, whether it be for this use or for another use.
All right. Now, this building has been vacant for approximately a year. Is that a factor that the board should consider?
I would imagine that they should consider it just in relationship to the issues of that it is a vacant building, and the vacant buildings create their own set of challenges with regard to lack of occupancy, as well as their own set of challenges with regard to kind of the continuing deterioration of certain elements that are subject to weather.
Now, you mentioned the exterior masonry. Would you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, we're right at this point. We've examined the exterior masonry in the building, and we are at a situation where we think that with repointing of the brick and with exposure to the steel lintels that are above masonry openings, that we're basically dealing with mortar and with painting and recoating steel lintels. To go a little further, what we sometimes encounter beyond this stage is that the steel lintels begin to rust out and sections of masonry begin to fail as water continues to get through mortar joints, and then we're dealing with a pretty significant deteriorating condition. We're right at the cusp of that situation, and we're dealing with masonry repairs that are far less daunting than what might be anticipated with continued lack of occupancy and maintenance of the building.
right, now, would you describe to the board the exterior changes to the building that are planned in this renovation?
Sure. I'm going to begin with some exhibits.
A5. Or A5.
I'm marking this exhibit as A5, and I'm putting today's date on it.
Make sure you're talking to the microphone.
And could you please describe what is A5?
So A5 is a set of photographs that represent the view of the building as it faces Scotland Road and as it faces Temple Sherry to Philo. And what I'm going to point out about, I'm using an existing photograph because I guess I want to make a point, two points. One is that the building will continue from that perspective, from that elevation, to look exactly as it currently does, with some exceptions. We will no longer have, we will replace the windows, we'll do the brick repairs that were described, we'll do the repairs to the painted surfaces. The building, from that perspective also, I think it was covered before with regard to site improvements, that the pavement that is currently in front of the building will all be removed. And for the most part, the building will be in a much better condition than it currently is, but will still appear the same way, but it will be, I'll say reduced is probably the best term to describe what those elevations will appear when the building when this proposal is completed. So I'm going to begin to move around the building with another set of photographs.
So I've marked this set A6.
So the next view, or set of views, there's two sets of images there. One is from the Montrose Avenue side of the building, and it's pretty much directed at the exterior fire escape on the building, or exterior fire stair on the building. Again, that portion of the building will be renewed, but also a betterment will be that's exterior, somewhat unsightly steel staircase will be removed in favor of a new interior stairwell. And the next view is just kind of a view of the current conditions as the building appears on the courtyard side. So facing Vos Avenue, that's the courtyard side in terms of how it currently exists. And the next series of exhibits that I'm going to present are the proposed exterior alterations in terms of something that we will describe as the overbuild, as well as the new entry area. So this exhibit is being marked A7. And the perspective that we're showing, or the rendering that we're showing, is the back of the building facing Vos Avenue. And the new construction in this area, again, falls into two categories. The first category that I'll talk about is the overbuild. It is 5,000 square feet, which is exactly on top of the current one-story wing of the building. So there's no increase in the footprint in this area. And what it yields is there's currently two wings to the U-shaped courtyard, and there's one wing which is two-story, and now there'll be two, in this proposal there'll be two wings that are two-story. The treatment in terms, the architectural treatment in terms of the materials, the windows, and all of the finishes are very much in keeping with the details of the existing building. The brickwork and all of the stylistically as well as all the materials are what is currently familiar and it is part of that the school as people now know it. The other part that's featured within this drawing is a 1,038 square foot addition. And the purpose of that addition is to provide the ADA access and entry into the building from the parking lot side. So within that addition, there basically is an elevator and a stairwell that links the two floors, and it becomes the new primary single point of entrance to the building. And then what you're also seeing within that view is that space, which had very, very marginal utility in terms of parking, is now being converted into a green space. The one other thing that I will say just briefly in terms of the heights, we did a calculation of the average height to grade for both of these elements, and the height of the new entry is, from the average grade calculation, is 33 feet 6 inches, and that is, by reference to a few other things, your code or your ordinance is 35 feet. And if you compare it to other elements on the building, particularly the gable as it faces Scotland Road, that is at 36 feet 8 inches. It is actually just the peak of the roof that is higher than the code would currently permit. So again, we are below the code requirement and below the height of the existing roof. So if you view this from the Scotland Road side, you won't see it at all, and you won't see it from Stewart Place, and you will not see it, at least the entry addition. You also won't see it from Montrose. The only addition that you will be able to see is the overbuild, and the overbuild, in terms of its calculation for height in relationship to the average grade, calculating the height as being the height of the screening wall around the air conditioning unit is 35 feet. We've left that the height that we needed internally for the overbuild, and also sufficient amount of screen to conceal the mechanical equipment. So we're right at the code requirement. But we are actually lower, just a little bit lower than the auditorium wing on the other side.
All right, so now getting into the sort of the teaching space in the building and the useful space, do you want to explain what was done there?
Well, I'm going to bring up some floor plan exhibits, but I'll apologize to the audience that you can't see what I'm describing. I'll try and be as descriptive as I can be. But there's also, I think, there's a stack for the board of handouts for the floor plan piece, and I'll put up those exhibits and label them.
Excuse me, are the floor plans you're referring to different from what we have in these architectural sheets?
The only difference is that we've colorized them so that they're easier to read, but they're the same as the floor plans that are contained. You know, I'm sorry, there's one more view that I can share with you that swings around and goes squarely on the overbuilt portion. And before I get into the floor plans, let me give you the benefit of seeing that view as well. So this will be labeled as Exhibit 9, A9.
So that was 8. Got it?
A8, I'm sorry. So In the prior view, it was mostly directly on the, what I'm referring to as the entry piece, but you could see on the right-hand side of the prior view, the overbuild. Now the view has been moved around, and you're looking at the overbuild portion of it. And for reference, in the background is the auditorium wing, and you can basically see now that the building sort of completes itself, and that both legs of the U are now 2 stories in height, and that again the treatment that I described in terms of the brickwork and the windows are all based upon the aesthetic of being sympathetic with the existing building treatments. So next I will move into the floor plans.
You're gonna miss.
You're out of space. You can't take the other ones out.
So the first level, the first floor plan that I'm presenting is the floor level, which is at the Scotland Road level of the building, and the way in which that is occupied is that there's a significant number of faculty offices that were described earlier within Dean Schulman's testimony. There's also the dean's suite, and that brings the faculty and the dean's suite all under one roof. The overbuild is occupied by what was described as the simulation labs, and the simulation labs contain, for example, for the occupational therapists, a facility which can be utilized for training for activities of daily living. So in essence, it's kind of a simulation of a residential environment. Other types of simulation labs that take place in there's a simulation of an operating room. There's also a simulation of exam rooms. And these are all spaces where students can get not only skills training, but can work in a simulation of an environment which is very much like the environments that they will actually practice in. The other elements that are on this floor, and again, through the whole course of programming this facility, the way in which it was designed, there is only accommodation for academic endeavors. There is no accommodations that have been made. It was never a part of the programming. It's never been part of the design to have any clinical facilities within this building. It's not designed to support clinical activities. The rest of this floor plan has what we refer to as the dynamic classrooms. These are classrooms that can be used for sort of the didactic learning experience, whether somebody lectures, but they can also be used for students to break out within the classroom and do sort of group learning activities. And then there's also individual skill set classrooms and a few conference rooms within this space. That is pretty much the context of what is occurring on the main level of the building. I think we've said earlier that the occupancy for this is 308 seats if you count all of the classrooms and the students that could be functionally accommodated within the simulation spaces. So the next floor plan that I'm going to bring you through is what would be considered the lower level of the building, and it is at, as the site slopes toward Boas Avenue, It is at the parking lot, new parking lot entry level. The spaces that are currently there, and I'll start with the cafeteria. The cafeteria is within the footprint of the existing cafeteria. It is divided up into space for food service, but the primary functions in terms of food, this will be supported off of the main campus facility in terms of food service. So it's a sort of a supplemental kitchen facility, but the main operations of food service will come off of the main campus. So this is primarily seating area and a small final prep area for food. As you work your way around this floor plan, there are additional faculty offices, those that are needed to meet the count that were not able to be accommodated on the first floor. And then we move into an area that is sort of a discrete wing, which is the anatomy lab. And the anatomy lab is set up for 10 tables and 40 students, and it's off in the wing, which is opposite the cafeteria space. And essentially, those are the occupancies. I could get into in far greater detail, but I think I'll save more detail for the question period.
And that last exhibit was 810, correct?
That is correct.
All right. All right. So, do you believe based on your experience and training as an architect, that the use by Seton Hall of this building is a good adaptive reuse of the school building?
I do. I mean, there are, while I described sort of a lower density of use than what would be found in the former or future primary education use, the basic sort of bones of the building are such that the adaptive reuse was not difficult from a structural or configuration standpoint. And I believe that this is a good adaptive reuse of this facility.
All right. Now, someone raised a question about whether there are building-mounted lights. Would you address that?
There are no high output building-mounted lights. All of the site lighting has been addressed by the pole-mounted light fixtures. There are some code requirements for low-level emergency lights at each point of egress. Those do not materially impact the appearance. They're within the confines of the light levels that exist from the site lighting. The other lighting that is somewhat building mounted is there are two fixtures in front of the building that are coach lights, and we would intend to reutilize them. So it's just those two the decorative elements and the code requirements. But again, no high output spotlights or site lighting is going to be mounted on this building.
What about noise standards?
Well, we have an acoustician that is involved with the project, as well as the mechanical engineers, and we have considered the requirements for heating and air conditioning and ventilation, and have satisfied ourselves within the design development phase of this project that we will be able to meet your daytime ordinance requirements. And I will also go on to say that when the building is in its nighttime mode, the building, based upon the testimony that has been provided before, will be not in occupancy that would demand the use of the HVAC to the same degree. So the building will also meet the nighttime standard when at its setback condition.
Now, have you considered the issue of ventilation with respect to the anatomy lab?
We have, and we have utilized a fan technology which has application on a lot of similar situations as this. It's called a Strobic fan, and what it does is it not only takes the ventilation air that's being discharged from the building through a stack, but it also mixes it and dilutes it with outside air, so that there is no possibilities of any objectionable odors. We have strobic fans on much denser, more, I'll say more urban environments where the standard of measurement is far closer to the building than the property lines of this situation, and they have all been successful installations, that there won't be any objectionable smells or any chemicals emulating from the laboratory facility, which is limited to the anatomy lab.
No further questions.
Mr. Don.
Okay. I can't see you, Mr. Shattuck. Intentional. I don't want to go through the minutia of the plan, but I just want to get a feel for a couple of items. The stair that's, let's call it, in the cafeteria area, that's a new stair within the existing building envelope, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that one's new. The stair that's within the gross anatomy lab, sort of the mirror of this other stair, obviously at the second floor that's new, and I'm assuming that there was no stair at the first floor.
Your assumption is correct. There was no stair in that location as well, because it was one story and direct discharge to the exterior.
So on the cafeteria side, that stair will now eliminate the need for that exterior fire escape that you see when you drive up Montrose, correct?
It actually does two things. It eliminates the need for the exterior stair, but in its prior condition, the egress configuration in terms of travel distance just didn't work in relationship to current code. So it's a life safety thing that was driving the decision, but it has a visual advantage as well.
And then within the building, it's a little hard to tell from our drawing. Well, it's not a little hard. It's impossible to tell what of this is existing and what of it's new construction. I'm assuming that the corridor walls, the thick corridor walls, are probably all existing walls, masonry walls.
That's
and
correct.
A lot of the walls that are within that divide up these faculty offices, department chair offices, secretarial offices, they're new? Or are you?
We were very careful to maintain the corridor walls, because the corridor walls also serve as the bearing walls for the building. When we get internally to spaces within the occupiable space, not the corridors, we tried whenever it was possible to utilize an existing wall, but we did redivide that space in some instances. But when we got to the faculty offices, we were really pretty efficient in terms of primarily adding new walls and really not taking out a lot of the existing walls.
Okay. No further questions.
I'd just like to know, what's the square foot floor area per floor?
The existing is, let me just get to my notes on that. Again, I'm sorry that this is going to be a little bit of a math problem. That seems to be the theme of the evening. The existing is 43,474.
That's total.
That is the total for the existing, and now I'm going to add in the numbers that I gave you before with regard to new space. And the new spaces that I gave you before were, the overbuild is 5,088 square feet, and that two-story lobby addition, which is really only, because it's stair and elevator, it's 99% footprint. That's 1,038. So if you add all these numbers together, you get something which is, I'm going to do the math quickly and hopefully I'm right, is something just shy of 50,000 square feet in total, all in building area on both floor levels.
Loft.
You can't hear
Sorry.
you, Todd.
The entrance, it was a front entrance. Is that going to be an exit only now?
It's interesting because architecturally it's a pretty significant entrance. It's going to be maintained visually, but in all likelihood, its primary function will be exit only. The intention in terms of how this building will operate is that there'll be a single point of entrance with a security person at the point of entry that I described within the courtyard, and all the other entrances will be primarily fire egress entrances. So all the traffic going in and out of this building will be through the courtyard side and through the new entry and through a single point of entrance.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a couple of questions? The cafeteria space is divided into two areas by what look like a bunch of swinging doors. What was your instruction on that? What is being intended?
That's something that it wasn't unique to Seton Hall. There's many beneficial reasons why you would divide off a cafeteria. A particular student group could occupy that space, or faculty could occupy that space. So it seemed to be desirable not to make it all one large area, but a group of students could come in there and have lunch together, separate from the larger cafeteria population.
And what was the driver for the size, for the amount of seating then overall of 148, I think it is?
Well, when you're working with an adaptive reuse of an existing building, you kind of work both ways. We look at the capacity of the building and existing spaces, and we also look back at the program needs. What we were trying to do is two things. One is to provide a food venue for 308 people that we contemplated would be in this building. And that gives you the opportunity, I think, at a lunchtime to have two seatings and be able to accommodate all 308 people, during that lunchtime period. But, to also be candid, it was an existing cafeteria space, and fortuitously, those things align quite well.
The kitchen here, can you describe what kind of equipment it will have and what it's designed to do and not to do?
The kitchen, I can only go as far as the kitchen is sort of at this point what we would, in architecture jargon, say is a white box. It's a placeholder for a kitchen facility. But I think the most significant thing I can say about this is it's not designed as a kitchen where, all the food prep and everything it's kind of a pre-prepared meals would come out of the main kitchen facility and whatever other not only meals, but what's called grab and go sandwiches and salads. All that stuff would be serviced by the main building. If there's a material difference associated with that, it just means a lot less deliveries. It's the deliveries that take place from a facility that's servicing this rather than the myriad of deliveries that might be associated with a self.
And is the assumption in terms of food prep and hours of operation, the program you were given, breakfast, lunch, dinner, the building opens early, stays open late, there's something available all day long?
We really haven't drilled down to that level at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Adler?
Thank you. I'm looking at the cover sheet for the preliminary, what's called preliminary and final site plan. And it has the
microphone.
It has the existing school building height of 31.44 feet. Is that different from what you were saying?
I think that is different, and I am confident that the numbers that I have just represented, they're based upon your ordinance and doing this measured walk around the building, and every 5 feet or so we take a comparison between the grade, and we establish the average grade. So I'll say the numbers that I gave you this evening are the refined numbers, so they are at variance with, and more favorable than, a little different than the numbers that are on that sheet.
Okay, and your overbuild, nothing you're building is going to be any higher than the highest point of the school building that exists now, is that correct?
That is correct.
And we had gotten recently some photographs, pre-development view of Graves House from Scotland Road. Are those yours? Or is that some other expert?
They were developed by Mr. Quinn, who testified previously and will testify again.
Okay.
Or the engineer.
Yeah, the site engineer.
Looking at your A5, the set of photos as the building is today on Scotland Road, I see that the photograph on the left cuts off the building at its northerly end. Why is that?
I think it was just a camera angle situation, and you know where there was nothing that we were. It was just a happenstance.
So that, is it your testimony that no part of the overview will be visible from Scotland Road? From any point on Scotland Road?
Well, I think that if you're standing in front of the building as it currently exists, the existing building will block it. As you are traveling, I guess, from the south or from the village, I would imagine that obliquely that you can see the fact that the building is now 2 stories on both back wings, and before it was 1 story. So there will be a view of the overbuild. That's correct.
Well, you can't really see the back wing on the left, the south side from Scotland Road, can you?
Well, I'm speculating that if there's a little gap between the Mary Lawn School building and the Graves House, there might be one spot where you could see it. I haven't observed that, but I'm trying to be as candid as I can. When you get when you're in the shadow of the existing building, you will see nothing of the overbuild. And when you are slightly askewed and looking down the space that is between the Mary Lawn building and the Graves House, I think there may be a possibility of a small view.
So the overbuild is on the south side of the school building?
That it is on the south side. That's correct.
Okay.
With east being squaring up to the building itself, with east being the Scotland Road side and the south side being the Stewart Place side. Yes, if everybody agrees with my understanding of the compass, that would be correct.
Okay. But other than if you were north of the southerly building line of the school, if you're standing north of the southerly building line of the school,
yes.
Will you be able to see the overbuild?
No.
Right now, I'm okay.
Mr. Shatkin, have you done any work on the Graves mansion?
We haven't done any work other than we went inside the building and we measured it, and to support the numbers that were provided to the traffic consultant, to support those numbers in terms of how many square feet. We just did a square foot building plan survey, but beyond that, we have no architectural involvement at this time with the Graves building in terms of the same level of planning that I've described for the Mary Lawn
Mr.
School.
Garabini said it might be administrative offices, not totally committed. Is that mansion, in your opinion, if you have an opinion, suitable for classroom space?
You know, the mansion is very challenging because it's a residential occupancy, and if you start on the third floor, the spaces are very, sort of chopped up and very, very, very small. So it has marginal utility, even in relationship to the contemplated use sometime in the future of administrative offices as it relates to the third floor. When you go down to the first floor, there's been a desire expressed that what's been described as the ballroom, which occupies about 1,000 square feet, that would just be a special event room. So what's happening is you really don't have a lot of overall square footage, and the square footage that you have is extremely chopped up. It's challenged in terms of code compliance for school occupancy, challenged in terms of ADA access, and challenged in terms of fire code access. I'm just giving an opinion right now. We haven't gotten into it in detail.
So is it fair to say it's not particularly suitable for classroom space?
It is very much the case that its yield would be almost nothing or very little in terms of classroom space.
What about in terms of some form of residential space like it had been in the past? Like, is that something that's suited for if it were to be rehabbed for?
It still has some challenges in terms of code compliance, but as you get closer to the original use, it becomes an easier fit in terms of the adaptive reuse. So I would say, it probably has more promise in terms of residential use and more promise in something that would adapt to, the smaller scale spaces that are customarily in a house. And I know it's a mansion, but there are still smaller spaces, certainly in relationship to a classroom. Residential, because it's so close to the original use, would be less of a challenge.
Okay.
You started your testimony speaking about the program that you'd been given by the university, which was to gather under one roof the whole school to give it that, what the dean spoke about it needing at that one place. Were you asked to look at the labs that the dean testified are being left back at the main campus to try to find a way to have those faculty labs be in this building?
I'm not sure what labs you're referring to. The research labs?
Yep.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's right. The ones that are staying at the main campus. Were we asked to do a test fit of putting them within this facility? We at one point, in part of a whole effort to see what this building would yield, that was something that we did look at, but the space wasn't adequate for that. How many square feet are needed for those labs? I mean, is it 1,000 square feet, or is it another 10, 20,000?
I'm not sure that we are exposed to the whole lab program, but the yield was just, we ended up with, if I remember correctly, faculty labs that were, maybe 100 square feet, 200 square feet, and maybe 5 or 6 of them. And at that point, the decision was made not to include them at this site. So again, there are no labs other than the anatomy lab.
That's right. And so you didn't look at, for example, building an addition that would be sufficient to actually get everything there?
We did not. The overbuild, we found in the course of our initial, structural review of the building, was, I'll say low-hanging fruit in terms of expansion,
right.
But we didn't push the building or site envelope beyond just that, filling in that one piece.
Mr. Keller?
Yeah, I just want to go over a couple items that were in my review letter. I understand that the Graves House, the program is undetermined at this point, but given that, is that building, does that building need to be ADA compliant, at least to get into the first floor of the building?
I would say that the building does need to be ADA compliant because we're putting university functions within it, and the ADA code is very much dependent upon the use and the degree to which an existing facility is altered. But at a minimum, I would say you would have to provide occupancy to the first floor and whatever would be considered to be the primary functions that were housed within that building.
Okay. And related to that, if you have ADA accessibility at some point into that building, you would also need to provide accessible parking spaces proximate to that entry to get into the building.
That's the way the code is set up, that there would be a relationship between the accessible entrance and the ADA spaces. That's correct.
Now, looking at the accessible spaces that have been provided for the medical services school, they're all concentrated in the courtyard area. Does that meet the appropriate standards for the location of those accessible spaces proximate to an appropriate building entry?
The code strives to get half of the entrances to a building accessible. We have three entrances out of 7 that are accessible, and they're all, it's a topographically challenged site. So those entrances are the entrances that are adjacent to the cafeteria, adjacent to the lab, the anatomy lab, and the new main entrance I described. All 3 of those meet the criteria for having a reasonable number of ADA entrances, and they're all closely served by the ADA parking spaces.
Okay, all right. And the last part, and I'm not sure if Mr. Quinn fully addressed this at the last time or whether some of it was deferred to you, was the sizing of the solid waste enclosure, both refuse and recycling. Is that something that was in your?
That was not. That was, I believe, part of the site work.
Okay, all right. That's all I have.
If I could just follow up on your question, because I didn't understand the answer. I think your question about the ADA parking was, are the ADA parking spaces that are in the plan now, which are located adjacent to the school building, close enough to the Graves house to also satisfy the need for ADA parking for the ADA entrance to the Graves house? And no. I didn't hear I think that's what your question. I didn't hear
no, my second question dealt strictly with the school building. The first question dealt with if the Graves house needs to be ADA accessible, then you also need to provide an accessible space or 2 proximate to that accessible entrance into the Graves house, wherever that may be. So
the answer to that question is they're not in the plan right now.
They're not in the plan right now, and one might speculate as to how many spaces that you would provide, but without knowing the future use of the Grave house, if it was, I'll say, intensely utilized and therefore the ADA compliance included an elevator within the building, that would drive up the number of ADA spaces. At this point, the plan is to stabilize that structure so that no further deterioration, and there's not a specific program, so it's hard to speculate as to how many parking spaces that one would provide, but I think at the time of designing it, then you would know the answer to that. This is the ADA spaces in relationship to the Graves house.
Other questions? Okay, let's push through this. We have the architect here. Let's take questions from the public.
Hello, Sharon Pigeon again. Okay. Got a number of questions.
Make sure you speak into the microphone, please.
What is the capacity of the building if you didn't have the addition?
And I can't give you an exact number, but I can say that the space which is currently being housed by the addition is the simulation laboratory, and that's a very low occupancy space. I mean, again, it has exam rooms where it's contemplated that there would be either one sim model and maybe 4 students. So that's a very low allocation of students per square foot. I don't have that number. I could generate that number and get it back, but it would not materially change because, and then we have something like the operating room in the residential environment. These are all spaces that require a lot of square footage for the intended use, but they are pretty small, and I actually know where that information is, so I'll get it for you. I'm sorry, it's not something I can, I'd have to do a little bit of counting, so I can't really rattle off in the context of this question, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. And when you were first up, you were talking about the challenges of having a vacant building.
Yes.
Aren't those challenges the responsibility of the current owners rather than the zoning board? Aren't the challenges with the current vacant building, those would be the responsibility of the current owners while it's vacant?
I can't speculate as to the level of maintenance the current owner would feel obliged to provide. But certainly not addressing what I'll go back to my testimony about the things that would have to be done for anyone to utilize this building. One wouldn't contemplate that an owner would address masonry restorations or window replacements, all of the things that I described within the life safety and ADA and systems renewal. They would, at best, just deal with the critical maintenance issues. And that in turn does lead to continued deterioration.
The mechanical equipment, you mentioned that would be concealed with a 35-foot enclosure, and that the noise would meet the code, but how will that noise compare to the current property?
We haven't made any measurements of the current property, but I would speculate that if you go to other institutional buildings, for example, the 2 temples, that you're going to get a sense of what that's all about. But again, there's a pretty stringent noise ordinance that's statewide, and that's South Orange has adopted, and we are designing within that ordinance for both the daytime operation as well as the nighttime operation.
And that ordinance is for residential, or that ordinance is for commercial?
It's applicable to residential as well as commercial zones.
You mentioned there's conference room spaces. What is happening in those conference rooms when classes are in session? Are there classes in there, or that's for something else?
They are, as they serve the faculty, as in any group of faculty officers or administrative offices. There are those activities that take place in an individual office, and then periodically people would get together for meetings. It doesn't represent an increase in the population. They serve the same population that we've described as the functional capacity of the building.
So given that you're very tight on classroom space, was there consideration given to using that conference room space as classrooms?
No, I mean, part of this whole project was the notion of betterment, and, you know, we designed an appropriate number of classrooms to the program and an appropriate number of conference spaces. We didn't, you know, drive the building to, you know, accommodate the largest possible number. We drove it to two things: the programmatic needs of Seton Hall, and, you know, best practices with regard to sort of state-of-the-art academic facilities for a School of Health and Medical Sciences. So that yields some spaces that are, I would characterize as support spaces to other occupancies.
And based on what you saw of the Graves house, is that appropriate for a conference space?
I can't, you know, we do a lot of adaptive reuses, and the Graves house has a whole set of challenges about it, and we haven't really gotten into it, and I wouldn't, you know, speculate.
I'm not sure if you're the right person for the next question, but based on what you know about the cafeteria and the kitchen facilities, is there any estimate as to what kind of volume and frequency of deliveries there would be?
I think there are the other people that are testifying about the shuttle and traffic that can address that component in a more detailed manner than I will be able to address it.
With the second story that you're putting on, or even the other part of the building, is it possible in the future that you'd want to add a third story?
You know, we've only analyzed it as a two-story. If we were going to do that, we would be back in front of this board again, and that's one limitation, and it would be a pretty significant variance because of the height. It would blow well past the height considerations. And also, I can't say this for certain, but I think it would present structural challenges that would make it unfeasible to go beyond what we're currently contemplating.
I'd remind you to please keep the questions to what he testified to. We weren't talking about a third floor.
You mentioned that there are 3 entrances that are compliant, if I understood you correctly?
I think all of the entrances are compliant in terms of life safety, and within this total, I mean, this building has a lot of entrances because there's a lot of grade variations and there's just a lot of wings. And half of the entrances, roughly half of the entrances in a new construction configuration would be required to be ADA accessible, and we're actually criteria in an existing building, which is a pretty high achievement.
And I think I also heard you say that all of the entrance to the building is consolidated to the one entryway with the security.
For the purposes of coming and going and security and the way the building would function, yes, there's a front door to the building, and the other entrances are fire egress entrances.
So there's just our emergency entrances then?
That's
The
correct.
exits? Okay, and last question is, you mentioned looking at the Graves house, you said that there would be some plans for stabilization. Can you say anything about what those plans are to stabilize it?
Just to the extent that there's been discussions that one of the key factors that is causing some of the deterioration that's been observed is the lack of a heating system. And I think in prior testimonies it was indicated that that would be part of the stabilization, and that there hasn't been a lot more detail beyond that.
Thank you.
Janet Scrope, Foss Avenue. How you doing? I have to say I enjoyed your presentation. My questions are going to be based around the reason why you're here as relates to what you're presenting. Everybody can get into the details, and I can go on about different things and questions, but what is it in your presentation, proposed build-out that you need from the board to say yes to? What
Excuse me?
variances, what,
I think you might ask the witness to rephrase the question. Why are we here? Is
why
that
are
the
we
question?
here? Why are we here? You have a
don't know-
presentation.
You don't know why we're here, ma'am?
Let me try and just answer it. And
What
I'll be a little briefer.
specifics?
The specifics is that the ordinance, in this process, requires that we address the visual impact of the building, and that we address the things that I've addressed within my testimony. What will be the use of the building in terms of how it's being fit out, and what will be the sound implications, what will be the lighting implications of building mounted signs, and that's the reason why I'm here. I'm not sure if that addresses your question.
Okay, but you're adding on to a use that's a school, a non-conforming use in a residential neighborhood. Would that be allowed to build on what you're doing? You need an approval from them in order to add on to something that's non-conforming?
Yeah, well, we are here because we are seeking a variance, and we're seeking site plan approval for the revised structure.
So with that, and I'm sorry if I'm tired, I know everybody's tired. In order to do any build-out, additional build-out on the structure, you would need the approval of the board.
The reason why these are legal questions. So
Yes, ma'am. We need the approval of the board for this application that's before the board, yes.
Maybe I'm not phrasing it correctly. Let's look at the height, okay? You said it meets with the code for this neighborhood, for the zoning in this neighborhood, at the heights that you reviewed before. Can you explain how you arrived at those numbers when you say it's the average?
Well, the way the ordinance is structured, and it's just how the ordinance is written, they ask that you establish the average grade all the way around the building. So that means periodically establishing an elevation at a particular spot and going all the way around the perimeter of the building, and then establishing what is the average between the highest grade point and the lowest grade point. And that becomes the benchmark for measuring height per your ordinance.
Is it the perimeter of the building or the perimeter of the property?
No, it's definitely the perimeter of the building, because we're talking about a vertical measurement of building height. So the reference point is we're establishing the ground plane or the datum for vertical height. And the way your ordinance is written, it says, don't look at just one spot, don't look at the highest spot or the lowest spot, but look at the average.
And then measure up from what point to get to the highest point?
And then you measure to the highest point and demonstrate compliance with the ordinance. And I would point out that we're complying with the ordinance, and just as a reference point, because you will judge it in relationship to what's out there, is that the peak of the existing roof is about 1 foot 8 inches above the 35 feet by that calculation. And another thing that is probably a very minuscule thing, but the chimney is 6 feet above. So what we're saying is, and I think is that part of this testimony is to say that this is not an issue, and this is not something that we're seeking relief on. This is a fully compliant situation.
So if the building's like this and you're taking the average, then you're, let's say 35 feet, I don't have the numbers in my head, sorry, is from this point up to get to the top of the building, or from this point up to get to the top of the building?
No. I'm sorry. If you take all those points and you blend them all together, and then you come up with the average of those points, which would be sort of a horizontal plane through that slope that you're describing, that becomes the benchmark. I hope that's helpful. Yes. So, yes. I'm not sure what these gestures.
So where?
Maybe it would help if I read the zoning ordinance.
I'm sorry?
Maybe it would just help if I read the definition of building height.
Please do.
The vertical distance from the average of the existing ground elevation at the perimeter of the foundation of the building or structure to the level of the highest point of the roof structure thereof.
Okay, so not from what point? Okay.
So it's not measured at the property line, it's measured at the foundation.
Okay. Looking at the noise mitigation, you said you had an acoustician involved in what was going on. Could you describe the mechanical systems that you would be going in with? What would be located on the roof and what was looked at?
What we basically looked at was a conventional air conditioning system, which is a package unit, which is what's called the DX, or direct expansion cooling unit, and an air handler. And we looked at the specific manufacturer's offerings, consulted with the manufacturers, and satisfied ourselves that with the available equipment within the marketplace that we could meet the ordinance and the sound criteria that's established by the state and by South Orange.
How large a unit would it be?
I don't know the tonnage of the units. I can certainly get that information. I wasn't prepared to testify for.
Okay, and the other concern especially is in the proposed structure, which is on the slope that we all know, sound travels differently than if it was on a level plane. And how you propose buffering the proposed unit.
Well, the way that this is done, because we don't specifically model, the exact site. We manage a theoretical condition, which has no trees, has no building edges, doesn't take into account the architectural surround to the unit. So when you get into the actual conditions, it outperforms the modeling that we do. So I'm saying that it will be, the modeling is something that we do is a straight line of sight to the property line, and that's the most critical one. It's the one that sound travels in a straight line without any encumbrances. But these units, I'll give you one example. Would be the units that are placed on top of the existing roof adjacent to the auditorium. They are going to be hugely baffled by the shadow of the existing auditorium.
Are any generators proposed?
There's no generator that is proposed.
Where does electric enter the building now?
The electric enters the building almost at midpoint. And goes towards Scotland Road. It's an underground service.
I was going to say it's underground. You talked about the air from the anatomy lab?
Yes.
What's required by code? You were talking about diluting it as opposed to purifying it? What does code or health code or any other code?
First, I would say that it's an anatomy lab, and there's nothing inherently, it's just what you would associate with any other anatomy function. But what is required by code is that we would not produce any objectionable impact. And what we do in order to achieve that is two things. We use this strobic fan, which introduces a large quantity of outside air and blends it so that it's very, very much diluted. And then the other thing, which has the effect of mitigating any possibility of odors, is that the discharge is high and at a significant velocity. And then it continues to mix with the outside air, and we put these in environments that are college campuses where there's instances where pedestrians and students are walking, right next to the building. In this particular situation, the residences all are removed, but it passes the, sort of the test of no objectionable odors or discharge adjacent to the building. And you have that further benefit of distance. The further you get away, the more opportunities that there are for the continued dilution until the point is it's negligible or non-existent in terms of perceptibly being measured.
The topical odors, are we talking about formaldehyde or?
I'd have to refer back to the dean or the person that manages the anatomy lab as to exactly what's going on in the lab in terms of, but I don't think that it's the old high school or for Magna High.
Well, or something else, but
I don't know.
okay. That would be of interest to know.
Sure. I think we can generate that
And is that
information.
the lab that the concern of off gases or odors or whatever
That
are
is the
concerned?
only laboratory function within the building and the only function that in any way would be associated with any form of off gases.
Okay, that's all for now. I'm tired. Thanks.
Other questions?
Sandra Carrick, 105 North Ridgewood. From my experience, they do a lot of the testing on computer, and is there any plan to put a computer lab in there for test purposes in the Mary Lawn site? Is that in any of the plans?
No, right now it's, computers are, laptop and dispersed throughout the facility, but there's no concentrated computer lab.
Okay, because the testing was always on a designated computer, so I'm just not sure if they would.
Right now that's sort of more integrated with
Okay.
the operations.
Okay. Just to follow up on, like truck deliveries, you mentioned the different entrances. Is there a specific entrance for truck deliveries? And I know for the cadaver lab, is there a separate area where
Please
they
make
pull
sure
in?
you're speaking right into the microphone. We're getting a flash.
It would help me if you do one at a time. There's a bunch there. I'll try and remember them all.
Okay.
I think the cadavers it's a once a year.
Once a year, right.
Thing, and how that would be delivered. It would be delivered to the entrance that is an existing building entrance, which is right adjacent to the anatomy lab. That is underneath the overbuild, if that's more descriptive as to where it would occur. The other deliveries...
Is that on Montrose, or would that be within the complex?
that is well within the complex and far removed from Vos Avenue.
Okay.
If you're looking at the building from the Vos Avenue side, it's the wing on the right. So it's pretty internal to the site, if that's what you're looking for.
Right. And then truck deliveries for cafeteria supplies, that type of thing, is there a separate delivery entrance for that, or is that in through that main?
Speak into the microphone, please. Sorry.
The
Same problem.
truck deliveries, where would they occur?
I think practically speaking that the truck deliveries would come off of Scotland Road, and they would go primarily to the entrance, which is adjacent to the cafeteria. So now imagining that they're on the opposite side of the U. That's the most favorable route and location for delivery.
Okay, so that would be a separate entrance, it wouldn't be the main entrance that people walk in?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my last question, I'm directing it at you or the board. There's so much talk about this proposal relates to the Graves House, but we don't know much about it, and we don't know what the use is, and how can we approve something if we don't know how it's going to be used?
Well, what has been offered to the board as a potential use is office space, and parking has been set aside for it based on the village's parking ordinance per that use. So that's the tentative plan for the property. The university does not own the property, has not been able to start tearing it apart to investigate it. So that's to come to see if actually it works that way.
Would this be proposed before, would this be approved before that is all proposed? He talked about the challenges of the property.
That's up to the board as to whether they want to grant preliminary approval for that, and reserve the parking for that. That's really what the university is suggesting.
Okay, so the medical programming is just taking the school, and the university apparently is taking the Graves House. It's
The
kind of
university
segmented.
is taking everything, ma'am. The school, the medical school is a
Designated.
school of the university.
Right, I understand that, but but nothing's been considered. No one can answer any questions related to the Graves house.
Other than the potential use is considered to be office use.
And I think just one more thing, and I'll just repeat it for whatever benefit in terms of clarity that it has, is the university is taking on I'll say the obligation of stabilizing this house so that it doesn't deteriorate any further.
Right.
And not planning on demolishing it as the prior application was.
Right, okay.
Anyone else with questions? Okay, none? Very good.
Okay.
Any other statement, Mr. Coakley, for this evening?
No. July 1st?
When is July 1st? July 1st, Tuesday, 7 p.m. would be our next meeting, and you're first on the docket for that. So that's our next meeting. Anything else from any members of the board? Mr. Rinda, anything else we need to discuss? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Appreciate it.